Podcast.
Somebody said turn the ray tracing off.
And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear us, we apologize. StreamYard is having some issues. The only time it will let us go live is if we're doing it at 720p. So today, we're gonna be a little less quality than usual. We're gonna get started in a minute.
I was gonna say, is the music still gonna play instrumentally while we?
They can hear you still, by the way. There you are. Here we go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be watching and or listening, I want to welcome you to a somewhat hampered episode of the Gaming Circle podcast. The podcast where, we had to start late because StreamYard, our illustrious streaming platform, would not allow us to start in our normal semi-glorious 1080p. Kept saying that, quote, traffic is unexpectedly high right now, and they are creating more resources to handle it. And wait 60 seconds. Yeah, we waited for many 60 seconds and it did nothing. So I dropped it to the old 720p. And hopefully you are able to see and or hear me. Shout out to folks in the chat. I see 58 folks in there right now. The number is climbing exponentially. Good morning, everybody. I am your host, Mr. K. Asante, TKO Asante, on all the places we communicate. And this week, I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend, the harmonious one himself, Mr. Infinite Umbra. What's going on, sir? Good morning.
Were it so easy. It is a pleasure, as always, Kay, to be here with you, brother. You already
What's
know.
What's going on?
Oh, no. You know, as our brother MJ Dark said in the chat, the captain of the Raw Goons, indeed.
Oh, Lord.
Salute to you, my sir.
Now, before we get started, let me handle some things on the top. First off, salute to all y'all great folks that are already joining us in the chat. Obviously, my illustrious, the slanderous one has not joined us. Life happens, work happens, and unfortunately, he's underneath it right now. He's getting pummeled, and we need to send our love to the man, Mr. Everborn Saga, who's probably right now on a work call. He's been on a work call since like 12 a.m. last night. Well, this morning. And it's still going strong. He was almost about to jump in, and then he had to get back on the call. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate what's going down. Oh, and the man, the myth, the legend, legendary Yobi. He's talking about the Living Split Screen raid. Oh, I hope Living Split Screen is good, man. They shouldn't be done by now. They should be here right now. They should be doing their thing at the same time. I hope they're doing well. Shout out to everybody in here. So. I will say that one thing, of course, everyone hopefully will be able to jump in midstream. But also, as y'all know, I had a great time, and we're going to talk all about that. I went to the June gaming festivities. I came back with a unlocked shirt. We'll talk about that. Came back with a cool Xbox bomber jacket. We'll talk about that as well. And also the virus known as Voldemort, whose name we shall not mention. So I am right now running on like half steam. What are they calling it? Well, I called it the con flu. Some people are calling it the Xbox era plague because I think John Clark was also.
I didn't hear that one. Xbox
era plague. You know, all jokes, man. There was a lot of people together. We had a great time, and of course, people were sick. It is what it is, and unfortunately, we came back and we're nursing it. But I'll be honest with you, today I feel so much better I've been, the last couple of days were a little rough, but today I'm here. I even got the cam on, so I'm good. I was gonna be like, I had to quell the beast a little bit before before we got started. But yeah, I'm here and it's all good. So we're gonna get into it. But what I want to know, and what will make this show a little different, is I want to talk to you, Umbra, and hopefully some other folks will jump in at some point as well. I want to talk to y'all about what we missed, because when you're in the room, there's so much pomp and circumstance and excitement and all your friends and all your buddies that you haven't chatted with, and you're seeing IRL and all this. But it is true what they say, and I've heard it said before, which is you miss a lot when you're actually there. So a lot of the news and a lot of the interesting stuff that I think happened around the summer news, summer games environment, a lot of it went over me. I totally missed it, right? We were so deep in talking to people and having drinks with people and getting to know folks. As you saw on the Twitters, met a lot of folks, had a lot of conversations. So I will definitely leave it for you, Infinite Umbra, to kind of fill in some of the gaps for me. And actually, you know what? Because I met this man, he was prolific. When I met him, I was so honored to meet this man. He is the unofficial third chair, and at any moment's notice, he may jump in to either drop some Sonic slander or otherwise. We appreciate you, sir. Mr. Paris Lilly. He says the super villain.
Hey, good morning,
sir.
Good morning. I'm only here because Everborn's not here, and I got to play Sonic X Shadows Generations, and I thought about him the whole time.
I see you embracing your super villain arc, huh, Paris? I see.
Indeed.
Yeah,
you got to get the horns going on the logo. You got to be, do one of these hands things. Come on. So yeah, man, thank you so much for being here. It was awesome meeting you in person. We have to do that again, bro. We have to do that again. And actually, that is going to be a theme of my show today. Trying to get more people to meet in person, because as you guys have said to me, and you were absolutely right, it hits different when you meet your friends you've known for so long, finally for the first time in person. It was a totally different vibe. Totally different vibe.
It was a great time. I'm glad you and I carved out a little bit of time and actually got to sit down and have a conversation. If I had any disappointment from last weekend, I just did not have time. There's so many people that I wanted to sit down and have a conversation with, hang out, talk. And my schedule was just so busy. It was like, even when you and I actually met, it just so happened I came from Giant Bomb. And what was that, like 10:30 at night or something crazy that? And I'm just
I was actually at Giant Bomb too. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm just coming through the JW. Literally about to go to bed, and you were about to go to bed, and then we just hung out for a little bit, and
had a flight at 5 a.m. I had to make sure I was up at 5 a.m. for my 7 a.m. flight. It was crazy. There was a lot of wild anyway. But yes.
Wait a minute.
These old bones can't handle it.
Why is someone scared to pop in? Someone want to come? Hey, I'm not. I'm a nice guy.
Oh, nice. The one with the fast feet, he wants to jump in. Come on, bro. You can jump in here, man. I'll send you the link. Let's go.
Yeah.
Today will be a celebration of what was the June gaming events. Paris, I was saying before you jumped on, it seems, and I've heard it said before, and I really agree, it seems that when you're there, you miss something, right? It's something to be said about sitting back, grabbing your popcorn, grabbing the drinks, telling wifey and the kids to leave you alone, and spending all weekend drinking deep of this stuff. When you're there, you miss half the stuff. Like Ubisoft Forward, I missed the whole thing. So I'm gonna ask them folks fill in the gaps for me. You know what I mean? Exactly. So
yeah, there was like I never went to IGN Live once, so I never even like someone showed me a video of what it looked like on their phone.
Cool.
That's all I saw. Bro. Yeah.
It was cool. I was there. That's where I got this shirt. And we'll talk about IGN Live as well. That's where I got this shirt. I had low expectations, right? Because, whenever anybody says they're doing an event, right, unless you're a platform or a big conglomerate, of course, now IGN is a big conglomerate, but yes, for some reason, I didn't have any expectations. I didn't know what to expect, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to these shows, Giant Bomb Live, I'm there. The Keeley Summer Game Fest, I'm there. If I can get into Xbox, obviously I'm there. And IGN Live. So I bought tickets and all of this. I gotta say, IGN Live was a highlight. It really was.
This
This
is
mini
interesting.
E3 fan event thing. It was kind of damn cool. It really was.
That's interesting because, I'm hearing on the streets in real time. I even had a couple people DMing me. It was like, IGN Live was like it wasn't good. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was talking to people who had come with me, like many content creators, many of whom who had been at E3's past, and they said although the venue was small, right, it out of all of it kind of had the most E3 energy. There were arcades everywhere. There, a lot of games and love, like multiplayer things. PCs were set up all over the place. A few games that devs, indie games that devs were standing behind, ready to show you games that haven't been released yet. They had a lot of cool tchotchkes and things. They were giving stuff away. It was a cool, interesting vibe. And on the second floor, they had a what do you call it? A alcohol enabled screeners of what's the name of the movie? Beverly Hills Cop, the new Beverly Hills Cop coming out. They were doing screenings of it.
Oh, nice.
Right? It was cool. I had zero expectations. I didn't know what to expect. If you're going to spend your whole weekend there, 3 days, it's probably not worth it because it wasn't that big a venue.
Right.
But I was pretty impressed with what I saw. It was cool. So much so that I expect the next year when I come, I will most likely buy a ticket. Maybe this time it'll be one day and see if the venue gets bigger, see if the if the ambitions get larger. It was a good start, I thought.
I would like to say you don't buy a ticket next year because you're too busy because you're at play days covering games the entire time.
Hey, your
That
lips
should be the goal.
to the gaming god's ears, sir. Your lips to the gaming god's ears. It's kind of funny. I didn't mean that on purpose, but it is interesting that you say this because I was lucky enough to get in contact with a few folks who had booths at play days who wanted me to be there to check out their games. Some of whom you've seen, and I'm not going to put anybody out there, but I had contact with some folks that wanted the show to come and cover their stuff, but I wasn't able to get past the gate.
Yeah.
I'll keep it like that, right?
Yeah.
So if you can't get in the door, all your appointments don't make for much. So we shall see how we traverse that divide. But small channel,
they were literally gatekeeping you, is what you're telling us.
Oh yes, they literally there was a gate.
I had to do it. I had to.
Nah, but you accomplished step one. You were there.
I was there. I met some people.
You met some people. Yes. They've seen your face. They know your name.
Yep.
Part two is to cultivate that over the next 365 days so that you do get invited to go.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And you know what? I consider myself one of the most pessimistic people out there. I'm always like with the, not gloom and doom, but I'm trying to see the real in between the hype. And for some reason, everyone that met me was like, yo, I love the positivity of your show. I'm like, what positivity?
You think you're pessimistic, hey?
Seriously?
You see my octaves went up. That's how we do it. No, you're pretty. I think you're pretty even keeled, honestly.
I appreciate that. See, I consider myself a realist, but I know that some people might consider that a little bit too,
I get you.
But people kept coming up to me and talking about how they love the positivity of GCP. I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool, bro. So I guess the world has skewed so low that I am positive. This is great.
Well, listen,
there's so much muck out there.
No one better as far as somebody from the community and doing what we do on the podcasting thing to move up into those spaces than you. And I mean, I'm not trying to say that to butter you up, but I do mean that.
Oh, brother, I appreciate that. I hope you will be right there with me so we can harmonize, bro. We gonna harmonize.
Indeed.
It's all good.
Indeed.
But before we get started properly, I see the legendary Yobi's in here with a $20 super chat. Good morning, sir, and thank you for your generosity. He says, peace, love, life, K Asante. You are a pillar of this community, and I want to thank you for all you do. I can't wait to meet you and a lot of the authentic ones in this community. Thank you all for doing what you do. NHO for life. Oh boy, he's dropping that.
Yobi, not you too.
You know what it is, brother. I appreciate you. He follows that up with a $5 super chat. He says, shout out to Paris, aka Mr. Flight Simulator himself. Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Now,
Great member of the community.
One thing I want to get your observation on, because this is something I talk about a lot, and I think people don't be believing me, and I hope you can add a little bit of insight to this since you were on the ground. There ain't enough of us at these events. Would you agree or disagree?
Oh, brother, 100,000%. There are not enough of us at these events. So much so that when you see one of us and you happen to know, it's like, my brother, come here, man. You know, it is a community. It is a community within a community. And it's not to throw shade. It's not to speak ill. I love the people I met. I love, like, it was so much. It was so much fun. But yes, 100%. I want to see the Black Viking in those spaces. I want to see my brother Infinite Umbra in those spaces when he finally turns on his camera, because God forbid people got to see his face. We see your face, bro. Now we just got to see it move. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, for real. Like, there is not enough of us in those spaces, and we have a lot to offer, and we are a big part of this community. I hope more folks aspire to jump on there and get out of their comfort zones, get on camera. I'm serious. Like, that is the first step. Very first step. Get on camera. You know, it's okay if you're not necessarily the most comfortable talking. You know, it becomes second nature soon enough. You know,
it's
get
reps.
on camera.
Yeah, you got to take reps.
Exactly. You know, don't worry if you got a small, like, ridiculous cam. This is how my cam started. It started with this guy. Most people have one of these guys. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, a $50 camera, doesn't matter. Get on camera, you know, start talking to the people, let the people talk back to you, and start building in that way, you know, and before long, you'll find yourself in some of these spaces. And I'm growing, I'm learning as I go, but it is a lot of fun, man. It is a lot of fun. And actually, I find myself so rejuvenated by this experience that I kind of want to bring it to the community, and I will talk about it a little bit later. I have some ideas, man. I have some ideas, and maybe Paris. You know what? Let's talk about this thing right now. Maybe Paris can give me some pointers and give me some insight here. Right? I loved and Erodimus in the chat. He has a super chat, which actually will dovetail right into what I want to bring up. So first off, Gamsley gives 10 memberships. Gamsley, brother, I appreciate you, sir. Where the hell are you? Get in the show. I sent you the invite. Don't be scared, bro. Come on now. Ain't nobody gonna hurt you virtually. Get in here. We appreciate you. Thank you for the generosity. Erodimus, $10, a $5 super chat. He says, my FanFest weekend was almost complete. I got to meet Kay, the Iron Lords, just missed out on Paris and Khalif. Shout out to the Black gaming content creators. Shout out to you, sir. Appreciate you. It was great meeting you. Enigmatic Dreams, $2 super chat. He says, I want to show support and thank you for all your content. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And the great Luke Law from the Xbox Expansion Pass, who, by the way, did a killer interview from the one Mr. Cliff Blazinski. If you haven't seen it, you need to do yourself a favor and go watch that. Perfectly timed. Great insights. With a $2 super chat, he says, it was a pleasure meeting you all in person. The pleasure was mine, sir. We need to do this again. I am definitely putting it on my budgetary list to make sure I can be there next year. Excellent. I can't tell you how happy it was to meet you and to Ainsley Bowden. Ains, what a human. I love that man. You know, Fonz, Colt Eastwood, everybody. It was just fantastic. But my point that I was bringing up, which Erodimus tees up so perfectly for me, he's not a content creator, but he is a staunch supporter of this community, this gaming community. He loves games, and he found himself there, right? Now, I think that not a lot of us can do that, right? Financially or what have you, it's difficult to make that happen. I've been talking to a bunch of our content creators in the background. I talked about it both while we were on the ground in LA. I've talked about it in Discords with my brothers since we've been back. I want to start making more of an effort to coordinate our communities and heading to certain locations where we can do more meetups, more in real life, more come join us, come let's have dinner at this place. Let's go, let's talk with a venue and you know, I know the handheld king. Some people call me the handheld king. Bring all the handhelds together. Try all these things out. Let's keep it gaming. Let's meet our community in more real life in different cities, things like that. Paris, what are your thoughts, man? What do you think of? Am I being Pollyanna in my way? Is the high still too much, and that's why I'm thinking this way, or is this something you think that we can put together?
No, it's definitely something that needs to happen. Like I'm going to go to PAX West this year by myself, just going to go. I have no agenda or reason to be there, but I'm just going to go for exactly what you're talking about, being able to meet up with people, hang out, go to dinner, have those extended in-person conversations that you can't quite 100% have on a podcast or obviously over typing over social media or whatever the case, but definitely need more of those. Like, again, I'm old. I've been doing this a long ass time. We used to do this. We used to do this a lot in like the mid to late 2000s, before the 2010s, when all of this was first starting to ramp up. We'd go to PAXs, we go to Comic Cons, obviously the E3 stuff, and we would have meetups like that. And that's how you get to know people and, establish, what has literally become like these lifelong friendships with people. So I think that kind of got lost in the 2010s, and obviously the pandemic, really heightened that as well. And I think now we're finally starting to get back to the point where we're having these in-person events. People can start traveling again and have these meetups. So definitely we need to encourage that more.
Yeah, bruh. I don't know. Like, it's funny. I say this, and people like look at me with a side eye possibly. But as great as the showcase was, and I think no one will doubt that this was the greatest showcase ever, like that they've put on, and the best I've seen in a long time. It was one of the best I've seen in a long time. I will tell you, it was not the highlight of my trip. That tells you how great of a trip I had. Like,
and it shouldn't be. And that's the point. It shouldn't be. Yeah. It should be
not the highlight.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
It was meeting you. It was meeting Khalif. It was meeting all these great people, Baron from Level 1 Gaming. Like, it was just a lot of people just come out the woodwork like, hey, what's going on? And you don't know these people, but you do know these people. You've spoken to them. You've met them. You've been hanging out with them in various party chats, or you've been talking to them in the background. Like, it was just such an amazing time. It was such an amazing time. But
like, it's funny you bring up Baron. Didn't even see him.
Didn't see Baron.
Wow. But I met him the year before. But this year didn't even see him once. But that just to show you how crazy it was. Yeah.
I saw Baron first off at Summer Game Fest right after the show. He just kind of popped up out of nowhere, like, hey, what's going on? And then I saw him again at IGN Live. He was popping up all over the place. It was real cool. So
there's one person that you need to tell people about that you guys met that I don't think you quite highlighted. Kay,
who's this?
Your favorite and Paris's favorite, Blessing. I think you guys.
Yeah. No, bro, I met Blessing. It was real cool. And that brings up a good point, bro. It's good that we chat about that. So, when you're in this community and you're in the chats and you're having conversations, we've said it on this show many times. And even I am a slave to it from time to time, and I need to check myself. You need to keep it to the topic at hand, right? You need to keep it to whatever the issue is of the day, and we're just debating, and that's fine, right? But when you meet these people, you realize that they're people like everybody else, right? People have a lot of smoke for IGN, or they have a lot of smoke for Kind of Funny, or whoever the thing you may consider you have an issue with their takes on whatever. But when you meet them and you sit down with them and you have a conversation, you see that they also have stars in their eyes, and they also are very genuine in their pursuits, seemingly, and they just want to do a good job, and they enjoy the fact that you watch their content, and it's super interesting that oh, this is what you do. Oh, that's awesome. Let me check it out. Like, it doesn't mean that tomorrow he'll have a bad take and I won't be like, come on, man. You know what I mean?
So
that's
go ahead.
Can I jump in at this juncture?
Please.
This is exactly why I've entered my villain arc, for exactly what you're talking about, because what you're talking about is the problem with a lot of these chats and on social media and things like that. I'm just going to keep it real. People say some crazy shit to you online, and they do not keep that same energy in person
when they meet you.
Because they realize, because at the end of the day, there's no hidden agendas. No one's trying to do any fakery. People like what they like. People give their opinions on things. And just because you don't like their opinion does not give you a hall pass to attack them personally or try and denigrate or disrespect them. This is 100% why when we were at Summer Game Fest, I got to see a lot of people that say some crazy shit to me online, and then they want to shake my hand and hug me and be my best friend in person. It's like, this is why the in-person conversations matter way more than this online stuff, because people project whatever image they want onto you online. And then when they meet you in person, they realize, oh, wait, they're not what I thought they were. Oh, wait, he's actually cool. Oh, he's this or that. Like you, again, since we talk about Blessing, I love Blessing. That's my brother. That's my co-workers, the whole thing. It's so funny. Like even being at Summer Game Fest, man, I saw Blessing when we first walked into Play Days together talking. Then I saw him at the Xbox mixer, and that was it. I didn't see him any other time because we're all busy or whatever. But that brother is one of the smartest cats that I know. And his insights, you may not agree with him. Hell, I don't agree with him half the damn time. But I respect his perspective on gaming. And just because, like, kind of, again, give me just a little bit of room. Like, kind of funny, just change our format, right? So we do more live shows. When we talk about things, it's more of a blended panel. You don't have an echo chamber of it's just PlayStation or it's just Xbox. So like even when we did our Xbox predictions, he was low on it. I was obviously super high on it. And to see the discourse online over that, I'm just shaking my head. The man is allowed to have his opinion and his thoughts. Look, he's
allowed to be wrong. You know what I'm saying?
I may have checked him after and be like, I told you so. But even once he saw the showcase, what did he say? He's saying it's a 10-2. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, allow people to have their opinions. Doing what we do ain't easy. It is effing hard. It is effing hard to be on camera every day, to put yourself out there to the public for criticism every day. And I think people don't have the respect or grace for that they probably should, because they think it's very easy to be critical, but you don't think about the other side of it. You don't think that these are real people that have emotions and everything else that it goes to. So this is exactly why I've entered my villain arc. This is exactly why nonsense like Dreamcast guy, I'm not doing that anymore. I will call you out on it. So think before you type is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? You can disagree. You can disagree.
Yes.
Be respectful. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. Let's be clear. And shout out to the great Pixelbit G. He said you are allowed to catch smoke for BS opinions. Yes, 100%. You are allowed to catch smoke for BS. But see,
that's kind of a juvenile comment to me right there. You're allowed to catch smoke for BS opinions. An opinion is an opinion. Yeah, let's be clear on this thing.
Right? When I say when he says that, I see what he's talking about, and he's right. If you say something stupid, someone's allowed to say, "Yo, that's stupid," but that does not mean you're stupid. Right? That does not mean, it does not have to go beyond that. The opinion is BS. You'll call it out. Maybe your opinion is BS and I'll call it out. Doesn't mean that I have to take it beyond that and call you and start calling you names under the sun and all that, because we're all humans, right? You got to keep it to what it is.
But I guess that's my point. People take it beyond that level though.
Exactly. Which is childish and ridiculous, right?
Yeah. People do take it beyond that. People do take it beyond that, but I agree with you, Kay. If you say something now, if you can keep it within that context, like you said, and not go past it, sure. But there are some people always think this is weird saying that used to go out. Well, it's an opinion, so it can't be wrong. That's nonsense. There are wrong opinions. There are people who believe that somebody should be enslaved. Is that not a terrible opinion? That's
and you wrong? know what? Speaking of BS opinions, ladies and gentlemen, Gamsley.
He came in like Banjo sucks, baby.
Oh God!
No, I'm kidding.
And that was sorry, Gamsley. Peace out. No, I'm just kidding. I had to do it. Forgive me.
Paris scares me.
Welcome,
I love you, Paris. I love you.
Paris scares me. Calm down, sir.
What's up, guys? How are we?
How you doing,
This was
man?
a great conversation, by the way. I wanted just to listen and not break it up. So,
I'm here absolutely. Now. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here. No, but this is what we were talking about, right? Like the more, and I think this is why I want to have more in-person meet your creators, meet your community members type of event. When you meet people and you have those in real life conversations and you're talking gaming and what you think of this and what you think of that, it becomes more difficult to just start saying that wild ridiculousness that I hear online all the time, right? And obviously there will be bad takes and bad actors all over the place, but those aren't the people you deal with on a daily basis anyway. Those aren't the people that are in your DMs unless you let that. Those aren't the people you're in party chats with, right? The people you're in party chats with, by and large, may have the polar opposite opinion of you as you do, but when you chat with them and you meet them in person, it kind of takes that veil of keyboard cowboyism away, and you start meeting them as real people. And I think that will really help in the long run, is what I'm saying. Gamsley, what are your thoughts, man? I know you out there in Canada, long far in the Yukon.
Yeah.
Every time I say that, it reminds me of Ren and Stimpy and the kilted Yaxman. Forgive me.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out in my igloo and stuff. Just
that's right.
Just blow over.
You know,
very roomy igloo in there.
Yeah. It's not finished yet. I've been trying to finish my new plays for like 3 months now. It's going really slow, but all of this discourse online is a little weird to me, and it's never real. You know, what's real is when they shake your hand and in person and you get to know them. Like, again, people just do it for money, and some people put on a face. I mean, look at Dr. Disrespect, right? His whole attitude, his whole persona is just wonky, right? It's a completely different person. Yes, we could talk about semantics and if he's actually a good person or not. I'm not going to bring that in, but it's all an act online, and it's a little bit tiring. But I'm glad Paris is in this villain arc, and he's just going after people back. So I like that.
Well, it's not even so much a thing of going after people. Like, honestly, I'm not a bully. I wasn't saying anything crazy in person, but I would absolutely walk up to people and, hey, how you doing? And shake their hand and the whole thing. And it would be awkward because you would know that I know that they know that I know. It's like, yeah, you came out of pocket to me and now you're not,
right.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I get it. And it's all messy out there online and in X and in these echo chambers. It doesn't really represent the real,
the real world.
Yeah.
You're saying we're in the Matrix. Is that what you're telling us?
We are. Yes.
Well, that's different.
I think part of my issue, why I've been extremely grumpy about this, is last week also reminded me that I think we kind of lost the plot on a lot of this, especially the past 6 months, where we're not actually talking about the games themselves. We're not talking about the whole reason that we're supposed to be doing this. It's supposed to be fun, right? Instead, we're arguing over business decisions and multi-platforms and this and that and blah, blah, blah. It's like,
Paris, you are so on point. Let's talk about that for a moment, because a lot of people have been going, why don't they listen? Why are they not? Well, this and that and economic realities and this and that. And I'm like, the reason why they don't listen is because you guys, all of us, about you guys, I mean the gaming community at large, we're a bunch of man babies, a bunch of children. The minute you show them something new, all of a sudden, ooh, shiny. You know what I'm saying? And what happened this week? They showed you a cog, ladies and gentlemen. They showed you a cog. And what happened? Ooh, shiny. And everything else.
All is forgiven.
But you know what? But you know what's funny though? It did wash away to a certain point, but then there was a new narrative that came out of all this, and I'm sure you're going to get all to this, but let's just say Lego Horizon Adventures and the conversation around that. Instead of, I got to play it, it's a great freaking game. Who the frick cares if it's on the Switch? Who cares if that means PlayStation is third party or not? I don't care. It's a good game. Go play it. Well, that's all that matters.
So I don't care either. Please go ahead, Infinite.
No, I was going to say, what it is, right? What's weird, Paris, to your point on that. Like us here, where we're like even keel, we don't care, and I think even the people who pointed out and mock it don't really care. It is I got to get my lick back situation. So a lot of our Who brothers, much love, they had made fun of Xbox, third party. So now when PlayStation starts doing it, now they're pointing it out like, wait a minute. And people are getting those receipts out. That's what it is. It's kind of this, I got to get my lick back situation. And you're right. It's juvenile, right? I get you. You're not wrong. And to your credit too, you have faced a lot of crazy criticisms and people being unfair to you online. And we've talked about that before. And so I definitely get your villain arc and having that energy when you meet people like, hey, what's up? Shaking their hand strongly and intimidating them or whatever. I get it. But I think that's what it is. It's people trying to get their lick back and not letting nonsense go by the way.
It is the Warriors getting their final licks because they know the war is over. You know what I mean? They see the war is over all around them. But they got to take their final shot, and this is what this is right now.
Yeah, and it have like I hate to. That's why I love the pushback on content creators, or I'm going to say influencers too. The Dreamcast guys, right? Because all they do is foster that toxic nature because it pays the bills, and they create this constant war bullshit to push their own, whatever, and then they make their whole content about attacking people, like all their content is just attacking. That's it. Those people are the freaking problem, because there are actually normal people in some of these circles that you see running around watching, let's say, Dreamcast guy, that get sucked into, let's say, the toxic environment, but don't start like that. They just start by saying, I like Xbox, and then all of a sudden you blend into that toxic circle, and then boom, that's it. And it's up to, really, I love that you call him out, and more people should kind of call him out, because he's taking that gigantic audience and he's just holding them there, and that's not nice. It's not a good thing. It literally influences people, and it's not good. It's not fun. It's not a fun thing. So,
well, it's funny because I found out K Asante lives around the area where I grew up. So you probably know I am from South St. Petersburg, Florida. Leave me alone. That's all I'm saying. I don't bother nobody. Leave me alone.
No, but please keep doing it, because I don't think these influencers have a spot. Like, they shouldn't have so much talk. Like, they shouldn't have so much power in these circles. I don't like it.
Just to be clear, we're not saying that jovial dozens that are played online. Now, I don't necessarily partake in that. But sometimes it's funny. I grab my popcorn and I sit back and I watch the back and forth. As long as it stays at that jovial level, when people start getting name calling and getting really into it, that's when you'll see me check out. Right? One second. I'll bring it up. I'm threading a needle here. There's a reason I say this, because there are some that go way too far with it, right? And then there are some that keep it at that top level and keep it fun and keep it jovial, and it's back and forth, and you can really have a good time just observing it, right? And on that point, one of the masters of said back and forth, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Slow-Mo Backslap. What's going on, Slow-Mo?
Gentlemen, how are you guys? Good morning.
Good morning,
you guys
sir.
are having a great weekend. I am.
That was the smuggest good morning I've ever heard. Right there,
what? Me? I'm just saying, hey, good morning. It's a great day.
Yes, it is. Here comes the slander.
What slander? I have zero slander, except for the people who keep talking about Dragon Age, the Veilguard, and never played a Dragon Age game. I mean, like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, wait, could you stop talking about games you never played before? It's woke. I mean, hey, did you play the first game back in 2009?
Yes, absolutely.
That had all the wokest of woke in it, from the very beginning. It's just funny.
When people say that word, I gotta roll my eyes, because they're losing the thread. But that's neither here nor there, sir.
Absolutely.
Before we get you in here, real quick, let me get the super chat off. The great Ainsley Bowden with a $5 super chat. Good morning, sir. I miss you already. I had such a long, great conversation with this man. Got to know him a little. Wonderful human. He says, good morning, gents. just wanted to give quick shout out to Asante, one of the most genuine guys I've had the pleasure to chat with in the community. Sir, likewise. Meeting him was one of the highlights of my trip. Such a genuine human being. Does it like when you talk about doing it for integrity's sake, he keeps it so high. It's amazing. I cannot say it more. If you're not watching and you're not viewing seasoned gaming content and going to the site, you need to do that, right? A lot of people have a lot of problems with, there are people on the take, there are people doing this, people doing that. If you think you have that issue, there's seasoned gaming. Go to seasoned gaming. There's never a question about what their purpose or their reason for being there is. And I love that, man. He's a scholar among men, and I appreciate you for being here, sir.
It was very nice meeting him in person.
Yes.
Okay.
Shout out,
yes,
can I just before everybody goes, I just want to address that.
Please.
The difference between like the people that do the call out stuff for fun and it's obvious fun, like I don't, you know who I'm talking about. People do it obviously for fun. They just joke and poke around. It's genuine. You could see it from a mile away. But Dreamcast Guy doesn't do that. He hides in the gaze and he manipulates people to believe that what he's saying is 100% true. And that's where the difference is between some of the content creators out there. And that's what I'm calling out. That's why I have a problem with.
But you know what, though? You know what, Gamsley? I will say he is great at what he does. I will give him credit in that. Why? Because I don't follow him. I don't watch his YouTube stuff. I don't have any association with him whatsoever. But everything he does comes across all of my feeds because he's able to live rent free in so many people's heads that it just kind of permeates. It's amazing. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. But
he pretends
salute
so well,
to you,
right?
man. King Grifter. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
You know, it's wild. I always say this about, like, you know, how we're all content creators here. And I think that however you choose to engage with your community and your platform, if you can wake up in the morning, look yourself in the mirror and say, hey, look, I know I am doing XYZ, grifting, not grifting, whatever. I'm out here shilling for corporations or whatever you're doing. If you are fine with that and you are fine with the backlash, the consequences, the accountability that you have to take when people call you out for, you know, flip-flopping or, you know, being a hypocrite, whatever. If you're fine with all those things, cool. But if you're not, like, what are you doing? Because if you have this idea that you want to have a community, or cultivate a community or a platform, that's one thing. But then you find yourself doing another because it gets you clicks, it gets you views, it gets you the attention that you want.
That's the name of the game, like, these days, man. Unfortunately.
I think there's a lot of people who say they are about that life, but they not. And they're doing things that they don't want to do, but they feel they compelled to do it because of if they just were themselves, they wouldn't get as much attention. And that's unfortunate. Now, I'm not saying that's Dreamcast Guy. I just see that a lot in this community period where people are playing a character. They're like WWE wrestlers. It's like back in the stage, they're just, you know, depressed. And then as soon as the music hits, they run out and, you know, they're screaming and yelling and all. And it's just like, that ain't you, bro.
Yeah, playing a character is all cute. Like I said, like Dr. Disrespect plays a character. Like that's obviously playing a character. Gaz plays a character, right? You could see it. But people that like who we just mentioned, those types of people that are grifting but really play on misinformation or bluffing completely, whatever, just to grab attention, those people are kind of dangerous. They're kind of dangerous, and they're not good for anything, really. So I don't like that.
And that is why what you're describing, the Gamsley, that is why there's many levels. Shout out to Doc Dark. Many levels to this community. Where, you know, I try to keep it even keeled. I love loving things if I can. I try to be real about things. There are those who like to be a little slanderous. I appreciate that. I may not delve deep into those waters, but I'll grab my popcorn and I'll have a good time. If I see you go beyond that and you're getting really into those waters, you are muted, you are blocked. I don't see or hear anything from you because like you say, it's reductive. It doesn't help anybody. Hurting people's feelings genuinely doesn't help anybody. There are people with real issues in this world, and this gaming community and gaming in general are their escape from that. So bringing such negativity and just trying to pollute those waters is just cruel and vicious, and I'm not about that. That's not the type of person I am. So yes, I think we can all get along, as it were, but those that go too far in those spaces have no place with me. That's just is what it is.
I fully understand that, and I just want to say just real quick, I'm cool with everybody except for people who cap for Sonic. You cap for Sonic, you're getting this backslap like in my avatar. Okay,
what do you think about
Rat? The blue rat only deserves to get...
Stop slandering Everborn while he is not here, sir. Stop. Let the man speak for himself. Oh, wow. I say his name and it appears. Doc Dark is in the chat. Septic Sauce. What's going on, gentlemen? It's good to see y'all, man. It's good to see y'all here.
I love to see Dark because I like his enthusiasm on PC gaming. He's very genuine, and he asks questions, even though there's a large segment of the PC community who just be a-holes and don't even answer the questions that he's asking. He asked a question about monitors, about using DisplayPort or HDMI the other day. People were just like, "Oh, you don't know that."
I hate that noob idea. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Why are you using a 24-inch monitor? Can you just answer his question? I mean,
answer the question. Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
And you know what? Cheap plug. This is why I started the Gamers Playground. I feel like asking a question in general gets you that noob poking. Oh, get good, man. Why do you not know? So like, I want that to be an environment where, hey, what is TDP anyway? What does these things do? And we can have a conversation about it. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be such a tumultuous thing, and that we complain about gatekeepers and then gatekeep in our own way.
Right.
You know
and your show is awesome. Shout out to John Wolf. He's the perfect co-host because John knows nothing. He knows literally nothing.
You just called him Jon Snow. Wow.
It's Jon Snow. And shout out to John. But just like you're just trying to
see what I mean by the slander. Him. This is what slow-mo brings. This is what I'm talking about.
I thought he was about to praise him.
I am. He has a youthful exuberance for not knowing anything whatsoever, and then having K have to
crazy right now.
Shout out to John, man.
Excuse me. I will sometimes be coughing and it will be unhelped because I got caught by the con flu. Forgive me. Shout out to Soil Tech, $5 super chat. He says Happy Father's Day. Hit the like button. Shout out to you, good sir. You will see him in some photos with us that we were on the floor. He, like others, are just fans who happen to be at FanFest. He actually made me his +1, if y'all recall. And because of him, I was able to get in the room and be able to watch the Xbox Showcase live. So, man, I will be forever grateful. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for I got to meet the man. It was a great conversation we had. Next year I will be back, and hopefully I will see you again. So yes, this is what I'm talking about. So bringing it back to the conversation we were having, there are sub parts within our community, people that thrive on that positivity, people that want that community, that togetherness. They want to have these in-person meetups and things, right? I think there's a market there. I think it's something we should consider doing, and maybe if we happen to be in Cali one of these days, we call the man Paris Lily. He might show up. Right now, of course, if you've been slandering and you've been keyboard cowboying when he sees you, you may not want to show up at that point.
No, I'll hug you. Let's give you a hug.
He'll hug you real tight, real tight. The biceps will be out. He'll hug you real tight.
Because as a matter of fact, since he's in the chat, I'm going to PAX West. Black Viking's going to be there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He slandered me with that meme. Some furniture gonna be moving that first day. That's all I'm saying. Some furniture gonna be moving when I see him on site.
Oh boy,
he got hands like a criminal. He said, "Paris."
All right. So okay, let's move the conversation along. He's laughing his ass off right now in the chat. So let's move the conversation along a little bit and talk a bit about some of the stuff we didn't. That obviously the community's been chatting real big about the show and how great it was and everything else. And oh, by the way, before we actually continue, I must also announce that the great Ben Kenobi, we had a great time with Ben Kenobi and Holly and a lot of great folks. Ben, like, he shot up like a star at this event. You know, we walked into FanFest, into the Xbox showcase, and out of nowhere, Aaron Greenberg, shout out to him, great human, had a great chat with him. Came out of nowhere and was like, "Hey man, you're coming with me." 15 minutes later, you see shots with him, with Ben and Matt Booty and Phil Spencer and all that, all because the man, he's doing what he's doing. He's doing it for the community, and it's resonating. And we call him the master of coin for a reason. And this is his latest entry into his collection. This is the Gears coin. And I dropped it, which, by the way, he showed off moments after the game was showed off. Serendipitous? I think not. I'm just saying. I've been poking at him ever since then. A great coin. And oh, by the way, I am giving away 4 of these coins on this show today. So if you want to get your hands on this awesome coin, in a moment, I will drop a hashtag into our chat. You will have a chance to get your hands on said coin if you are picked by our picker. Now, because I'm talking about Ben and his work and how much I love it, I will also show you the coin that no one will get unless you happen to be at FanFest, because I'm just doing that today. This is the coin that he made for FanFest. If you happen to be at FanFest and was able to join into the festivities in the swag bag, as it were, this is what you were handed. Awesome commemorative coin. Hopefully he does one for every year, but this was really awesome. Like, the man is humble. He does so much good work, and it's showing, and people are giving him credit he deserves. I think he shot up from 7,000 to 10,000 followers on X in like 3 hours that day. Like, it's just crazy, you know. So shout out to him. If you don't see him, the company's called Fan Art. So you see him out there. You see him in the community. If you see him, give him a pound, because he deserves it. He makes no money off of this. He's just doing it for the love. You pay for the shipping, by and large. We pay for the shipping of it to you, and that's how you're doing it. That's how he's getting his hands on it. It is very awesome. So out of nowhere, and I won't mention it again, but out of nowhere, you will see some hashtags on the screen. If you happen to start spamming those hashtags in the chat when you see it on the screen, maybe not, your name will then appear and you will be one of our winners. So let's get back to this thing. I want to talk a bit about some of the stuff we didn't really like obviously a lot of people have a lot to say about, you know, the Gears of War that showed off. Gears of War, E-Day, you know what I'm saying? Like great, not Gears of War. I'm just putting that foot down. I've been standing on 10 toes down ever since. And by the way, welcome, Fuzzy Belvedere. It's been a great conversation. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Appreciate you being here, sir.
What's up, bro?
What's up, everyone?
Speaking, sir. Oh, there you are. Yes, absolutely. Good to see you.
I was going to let you talk. I'm just enjoying the conversation in the background right now.
Oh, no, this is great. I appreciate you being here, sir. There's a lot. There was so much at that showcase. Do you know what I have not really seen a lot of people talking about? Doom. As great as
Doom.
I don't know, man. Are you really? Because what I've seen is Doom is getting kind of short shrift a little bit. They'll mention it, they'll say how good it is, and then they'll move on. I feel like Doom. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Too much
fire. Just too much good stuff that was there. Not saying that Doom didn't look good. It's just that there was so many games that were shown that it's just like it got kind of lost in the shuffle a little bit, you know. And that's I don't think that will remain this way all the time, because when it comes out, you know, it's going to get its due. You know, if you know, id Software is a good developer, they're going to make a good game, and it's going to get its due when it comes out. It's just that during that time at that show, when you see South of Midnight look back as good as it did, and that was pretty much a shock to a lot of people. When you see Perfect Dark look as good as it did, and all the controversy with the studio before that really shocked people. It's just the shock of all these other games, and then Gears E-Day, which no one expected. Everybody thought it was going to be like a Gears collection or something. We get Gears E-Day. You add all of that in, and then it's just like Doom. Doom looks good. It's Doom, but you expected that. So it's just like when you expect something to look good, you just go, okay, all right, great. But look at all this other stuff. And that's
100%.
That's kind of how it plays out.
Yeah. Go ahead, Umbra. What are your thoughts?
I was going to say 100%. And then you have Fable, which I'm still like trying to process in my brain how that's happening with a Forza Tech engine, and even Call of Duty got
he's like,
pushed away.
But it has no Unreal or any engine.
How did this happen? What is this sorcery? But even like you look at the top like engines that like really showcase. You look at Call of Duty, you look at Doom, and then you look at South of Midnight, like Slow pointed out. And then you look at some of the other games, many other games, by the way, in there, including Gears, and that's all Unreal Engine. So all of these super high engine, high fidelity type engines representing, and it's like, how do you pick, right? And so it's just like everything was a showstopper. So it was tough to really pick Doom and Call of Duty out over those.
Fuzzy, since you're new here, you haven't had a chance to speak a little. What are your thoughts, man? I guess the question is.
Go
ahead. No, please.
There's a decent amount of people that were talking about Doom like the day of and the day after, or a couple of days after the showcase. Like the big thing is the shield and the whole different weaponry that was being able to be used in the game. I think that was probably the biggest call out or the biggest attention getter as far as having that shield, not necessarily relying all on guns, but having like that skull crusher gun, as well as your typical shotgun and stuff like that was pretty cool. But yeah, that showcase loaded, and the way they started off, and like a lot of people try to predict on their shows, like, hey, maybe they'll start off with Perfect Dark, or hey, maybe they'll start off with State of Decay, and we overlook like their new first party title being Call of Duty, and the way they kicked it off with having Prodigy song as like the background music for it, that already set the energy pretty high. And then to have Doom, which we haven't seen one since Eternal or the DLC for Eternal, it's like that. I don't think there was a real low point at that showcase. I know some people may not consider some of the non-first party games worthwhile, but like there was bangers everywhere in that showcase. And like everyone said, it's like by the time you get through the showcase, it's like recalling the first couple of games is a little difficult. I mean, you'll probably remember the Call of Duty because it's, bookend at the back of the showcase and stuff, but Doom may have gotten overlooked because even Indiana Jones towards the end looked awesome, and E-Day. I mean, with Gears of War, I think that was like probably the biggest thing. And the fact that they did that fan service with calling back to Mad World music, kind of playing lightly in the background, not making it a full, theme of the whole, clip and stuff. But that whole showcase, like that Tina Amini and her team and everybody that had hands on with that showcase, they definitely showed what Xbox fans have been calling for a while. So yeah, Doom may have gotten a little overlooked or overshadowed just because there was a lot of awesome stuff. And like South of Midnight is definitely much higher up there. Like I was already high for the game to begin with, but seeing the combat, the traversal and all that stuff. Yeah, it's tough to remember everything and where it's placed, and it's almost like, where are they going to fit all these games throughout the next year or so? But yeah, Doom definitely got a little overshadowed.
So Paris, let me ask you this, right? And you have far more experience, with these showcases than most of us do. We usually watch it from the comfort of our couch. You're usually in the spot, or you're probably part of the situation. Are they a victim of their own success here? Did they stack this with too many games that would have been the one more thing? There are many one more things in this showcase, right? Did that potentially like give some of these things short shrift in your opinion? What do you think?
I don't think so. For the simple fact, this showcase needed to be exactly what it was as far as the lineup of games and the quality and the anticipated games that you saw in it. Basically, Slow-Mo already said it, but Doom is exactly what you thought it would be. So there's not a reason to be overly excited about it or to continue to talk about it because it's comfort food in a way. I think Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Doom are two great examples of comfort food where you already know you're going to play them. So I don't need more. But when you answer the questions about a State of Decay 3, you answer the questions about a South of Midnight, you answer the questions about a Perfect Dark, you continue to show something like Fable, you surprise everybody with Gears of War E-Day, those are going to dominate the conversation over something that is tried and true like Doom. You know what I mean? Doom's going to be fine. Obviously, it will have its time. It will get its moment in the sun. People will be talking about it. Look, it's day one. People are going to be excited playing it and all that. But it needed to be in there to, quote unquote, fill in the gaps of an entire showcase to show, hey, look, this is what we got coming in the next 18 to 24 months. This is why you should be excited about what Xbox is doing. And Everborn, I see you there. I played Sonic. You didn't. It was great. I loved it. But I don't think they overplayed their hand by having Doom in there. If anything, they did exactly what you should do. Show it early. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, and I think they didn't show it early. They showed it when it was done. This thing.
No. I mean,
in the showcase.
In the lineup of the showcase. In other words, let's get COD and Doom out of the way. Now we get to the exactly.
That's right. Yeah. I feel you. Real quick. Erodimus with a $5 super chat, and shout out to Erodimus. I got a chance to meet him. Great Dude. This man says, I need a public apology from Slow-Mo to Undead Labs for clowning them on that great looking game. Mr. Slow-Mo Backslap, sir, you have been called to the front of the congregation, sir. So, Erodimus is asking for a public apology on behalf of Undead Labs because you clowned them for their now great looking game. What do you say, sir?
In regards to a public apology, I'm going to give it a public hell no. I'm not apologizing for anything. Not only did I not see, where was the wrong? Where was I wrong? State of Decay 2 was ugly. It's an ugly game. It is. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad game, but it's an ugly game. And
always add the in my opinion at the end. Add the in my opinion at the end.
Oh, no. It's ugly. It's ugly. Look, it you know, it's only his mother thinks it's a handsome boy.
The views of Slow-Mo Backslap do not represent GCP as a whole.
All that said, what and Erodimus knows this, but he being messy. I've been saying for a while, I said, and I've always said this, when you do a teaser trailer that doesn't show any gameplay as your initial reveal of a game, you need to make sure that the actual finished product is representative of
lives up to it. Yeah.
Exactly, which is what we got with Hellblade 2. They didn't have a game when they showed it in 2019. But what the finished product looks like what they showed, and that's fine. Right. I don't have a problem with that. But what we've seen with State of Decay 2 before, when they first showed that teaser trailer, compared to what the final product was of State of Decay 2, visually, they did not match. What I've seen here with State of Decay 3, yes, that looks good. As I've said before, it looks good. My only thing was I couldn't even tell what was gameplay and what was.
Oh, see. Now that I will call you. That I'll call you to the carpet on, sir, because there are some clear indications. If you are a gamer, right? Just like, hey, that red barrel is fire. No, hear me. You'll understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Just like you know that red barrel means explosion, right? If you are a gamer, which you are, you know when you see gameplay, whether there's a HUD or there isn't. You know when there's gameplay. If you need me to, I will show it to you. Do you need me to show it to you, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. Run the trailer.
I will run the trailer.
But real talk, like that whole section of them attacking the Horde when she's on the car, and you'll see one of her community members run in with the blade and then chop off. Like it's the same animation. Like the guy comes in and chops off the zombie's arm. It's obvious gameplay. All of that is obvious gameplay. Like obvious.
Yes.
Like clearly obvious.
And this is what Gamsley. This is exactly what I was talking about. Yes, there is no HUD. But I've said it multiple times. We live in a post Hellblade 2 world.
Here, look,
HUDs
boom,
mean
boom.
nothing.
See that? It even has
HUDs mean nothing. When you see them transition, when she's shooting one person, moves to another person, you can definitely tell that is a controller move. Auto aim assist. Come on, bro. That's a little. Come on.
What really gets, if you rewind it a little bit to where that guy goes to hack the zombie and the zombie's arm kind of flies off, that's like the exact motion that the second one has to it too, while you're cutting off limbs. It's just clearly obvious. Wait, where is he? He's gonna come, I think, over.
Coming up.
This is gameplay. This is gameplay, right? Yeah, 100%.
And then
this is gameplay.
Yeah.
Come on. Are you arguing that point? Here. Are you arguing that point that this is not gameplay?
Yeah, I'm arguing that point. Look, you're saying that animations that are in the game means that, like, oh, well, that must be gameplay. So you're telling me they can't use the same animations in cutscene or in that kind of work?
Of course they can. Of course they can.
See, this is hold on. This is where you remove all confusion. Look at how they did South of Midnight, right? We got a cutscene that goes directly into completely unedited gameplay for like 2 minutes or so, right? Mm-hmm. Why couldn't they just have like something similar with State of Decay, where we get like we're introduced to these characters and one's going to die, right? And then they go into, how when you play State of Decay, you'll clear a house and you have to go in and check everything, make sure everything's. And then maybe a horde attacks you in that. There's no confusion there. That's definitely all gameplay. So I think the part of the reason why South of Midnight did so well is that people got to see how the game was and was like, this is fantastic. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, but
I can answer that question.
Paris, please.
Okay.
It's because that game's not. The State of Decay 3 is not coming until 2026. So it was basically a reintroduction. So from a asset standpoint, they may not have been ready as far as the game development goes to show an extended gameplay cut, because it would have been rough around the edges. You don't want to show it too early, then people get disappointed and they nitpick it.
So you slandered you for that one too,
Yeah, you know what I mean? So that game will have its time. You'll probably next showcase get an extended gameplay look at it. And like I said, it's probably a 2026 game.
Yeah, I was thinking there was something to do with like the UI might not be finalized at this point, much like Paradise. I kind of figured State of Decay 3 would be that cross-gen title between, if next gen is truly 2026, it'll be for series consoles and the next console. But I think we get South of Midnight next year sometime. So
and look, all that is fine if the game, if the HUD is finalized, if there are things that and we've seen this before where like Ubisoft has shown games too early. And then by the time it comes out, there are certain aspects of the game that have been removed that people were like, oh, I like this. And now that's gone. So now they got, I get that. Now, to go back to the original point, I said the game looks good. So I don't know what Aramis is upset about. I said the game.
He wants a public apology.
I'm not giving a public apology on State of Decay 2.
If we know one thing, everybody in chat and here, is that Unreal Engine 5 so far has delivered crazy graphical fidelity. Like the trailers, every trailer that has come out for games on Unreal 5 has transitioned very well into gameplay. Some of them.
You say that, but then because you say that, I have to point out the great Pixelbit G with a $2 super chat saying, Forza Tech and Unreal and id Tech on your neck there, Umbra, because it is what it is, sir.
Unreal 5.
We already have Hellblade. We live in a post Hellblade 2 world.
True.
So nothing is stopping that.
Unreal 5. Unreal 5, even what is that called? Immortals of Avium or whatever. Those games.
Oh, it's great.
Those games, like they show out in gameplay very well. In side by side by trailers, like they usually hit it, and that look like the State of Decay 3. I mean, it's gonna look like that, and I have no doubt, to be honest. But yeah. From what we saw with Hellblade and all these other games in Unreal 5, I think that's representative, but whatever.
Let me ask a quick question here about this footage we're showing off here right now, which is with this footage, which is South of Midnight. And I will ask you, Paris, so when this game first got announced, right, and got shown off, people were blown away, as I think they should have been. Wonderful footage, amazing footage. Then some folks started having a little concerns about the stop motionness of it. I heard from people talking about, well, this is going to be an accessibility feature that might be able to be removable in case it's a problem, right? Some people might have a problem with the because it makes some people feel queasy a bit. Other people say it takes away from the frame fidelity. It makes it kind of looks like it's less frames than it actually is, right? I've actually spoken to a buddy of mine in the background who unfortunately can't devolve anything because they're in gag order time right now. They can't even speak to it at all. What do you think of the stop motion aspect of this thing? Is it much ado about nothing, or is it something that people should potentially look into and want to correct for those who can't handle it? What do you think?
It's much ado about nothing. Okay. I would point people towards Spider-Man Miles Morales. You can literally enable that same exact mode. I actually play in that mode a lot, and it's fine. Me too. I think it's cool as hell. It looks like the comic. It's awesome. Yeah, this is the artistic style that they are going for. So I would rather let Compulsion do their thing and we judge the final product versus complaining over a trailer. If anything, I loved it. I loved you're doing something different to stand out from the rest of the crowd. And since I'm talking about South of Midnight, I love this Southern mythology that they are building with this. The analogy I've been using, this is literally Lafayette from True Blood.
Yes,
come to life.
Yes, absolutely. That's what this is. Loved that show, Lafayette. Oh, man, it was amazing. Yeah. Absolutely. That's what this is. Gentlemen, I'll go to you, Umbra. What do you think, man? While we're on the topic of South of Midnight, some people call this their game of show. Some people were blown away by it. All in-game footage, as you see. How great is this game?
Man, it's spectacular. And I wasn't prepared for this because when I'm thinking Compulsion, you see the kind of art style they used when we first saw it announced. And I don't think any of us expected it to look kind of like this. It just really surprised the hell out of me. And I thought it was going to be more kind of low budgety in some way. It wasn't really going to be a high fidelity showcase kind of showstopper in the way. I think it's still AA, but it's very clearly beautiful Unreal Engine, doing its thing. No, not trying to brag on it.
Oh my gosh!
I thought my mic was muted. My bad. Hold on. As if the man created the engine himself. Damn.
Listen, I got stock in him. All right. So listen, I got a friend. No, but it's gorgeous, and you get to see these characters speaking in a natural habitat. You see this you hear the vernacular between the talking catfish right there and Hazel, and it's dope. And she's uniquely her. She's not trying, they didn't try to change out who she would be being in the bayou and everything like that. I love everything about it. The stop animation is cool. It's a choice style that they went with. I don't see why anyone would really have a problem with it. It doesn't bother me whatsoever. Gamsley, I'm sure you're going to touch on it, so I'll leave that part alone on the part where you're probably going to bring up another game. So I'm going to let you have that one. I'm going to be generous to you. But we both came to that same conclusion when we were talking about it the other day, right? That's the feel when she had that battle. But as far as the visuals and the charm that it has, I think this game has it. I think this is going to be a hit for Compulsion. I think this is going to outperform any of the other titles they've put out personally. It just has a lot of character and charm to it, and I want to see more. This game, I think, left such a good impression. There was an article written about it where they said they reignited their love for gaming. Imagine getting such praise like that. They have to feel good about that. So really loving it, loving the character of Hazel, loving these the Creole talking catfish. Go on, get now. You got. How can you not love all of that? It's beautiful, So I'm all for it, man. I can't wait to get my hands on it.
And Gamsley, I will let you speak, but if you're about to slander this game or the game that you think it's like, in the form of Kenna Bridge of Spirits, I say stop it, sir.
Yeah, I'll be knocking on your door. I'll be knocking on your door tomorrow if you do.
Yeah, come to Canada, Paris. It's good over here. Our igloos. No, but
so yeah, go ahead, man.
I truly love everything about this. I was gonna say, okay, I don't know the mythos of everything that this is based off of, and that's what really grabs me up front. Okay, I loved the music in it. Period. I like the humor. I like the stop motion. It's all good. It's just that, like Umbra said, it's almost like it feels like a AA space, right? And I don't mean it in a terrible way. Kenna Bridge of Spirits was a, AA kind of game presented like a AAA game, and it really landed for me. I love Kenna Bridge of Spirits. It's just that the combat and the arena area kind of style it has, and the cleansing, the ground and the flowers pop up, and even the rot on the enemies, it all has a very similar charm to it.
I feel you.
And I don't think this is going to be one of those. I'm not saying. By the way, I gave Kenna like an 8.5 and 8. So I mean,
the first thing I said when I saw Starfield is I see a lot of No Man's Sky here. And in hindsight, there was a lot of No Man's Sky in Starfield, but there was a whole lot more. What we're seeing, it does have its similarities, and I agree with you on that.
My concern,
but it may not be just that.
Yes, my concern is the combat in this seems more of service in my brain, and I know this is just a snippet. I'm not giving it a harsh hit, because again, I think the combat in Bridge of Spirits is very good as well. I just think that it's serviceable, and it's meant to just be in your face.
With Kenna's not problems, but the parry system was too harsh.
Right,
there was some issues there.
Yeah, very narrow parry window. Yeah,
I totally get that, but this seems like it has a
similar kind of combat,
similar flow. You know what I mean? So that's all I was going to say. But the rest of it is amazing. But again, this is no way
they
on the top with Doom. You know what I mean? Like Doom is on another freaking level. But this is definitely a nice, pretty, beautiful game. So
I only see the similarities. I only see the similarities with Kenna Bridge of Spirits, with just the rot look and the cleansing. The combat, I mean, the arena is like the same size arena, but a lot of games have that kind of similar, like here's the arena where you have your one-on-one boss fight, kind of thing. I don't think that's, I don't see the similarities.
This seems like a sub-boss to me.
Yeah, like a mid-level boss that you would go through. But I thought this game looked fantastic. The stop motion stuff, I think all that really comes down to is how it's executed and implemented. If it's executed well, people won't complain. I didn't like the whole stop motion suits that were in Spider-Man, because it would be like you would get a suit that looked like the Miles Morales into the Spider-Verse suit in the game, and then it threw me off because he would be stop motion, but everything else was running normal. I couldn't do it. Like my eye, it was messing me up. I just had to take the suit off, and I didn't like things like that. But I do think if they can execute it well, people won't complain about it if it's done well. And even if it's not done well, whatever, like on PC, there'll be mods to remove it. So
well, that's why I'm not scared about it, because they built the whole thing off of this, right? It's not
right.
They built the whole, it's just a suit, but this is like they built the whole world on it. So I don't have real concerns about it, but yeah.
Yeah.
So anyone else have any takes before we move on?
About being AA and Compulsion. The founders of Compulsion are former Arcane developers, and they have an entire Arcane has always had this idea of we don't really need photorealism in our games. We can have a particular unique art style, art direction that will stand the test of time way better than going for a photorealistic look in whatever time.
Look at Dishonored, which was super stylized, and I loved the art style.
Right, and that looks good now. even though that game is old, and there are other games that went for a photorealistic look that came out the same year Dishonored did, and they look like something you left in the toilet this morning. So it's just like you have to kind of I think in this space and what they're doing, this is good for them, and this is what you want to see. You don't want every game trying to go for the same kind of art direction and missing. Not everyone's going to be Hellblade and Ninja Theory. Some other developers are going to try to go for that look, and they're not going to nail it quite well. If you have artists that are unique and different, and they do this, game looks different than anything else on the market. And I think that should be preserved, that should be reinforced, and people should be into that.
And for the record, on that topic of AA, AAA, I actually think that's a triumph, not a detriment, because AAA comes with a lot of strings. AAA comes with a lot of expectations. But because we live in this world where you have all these engines and all these great, talented developers that are able to kind of shoot their shot and make games look better than you think they should based on their budget, they get some freedom and they still get you the beautiful visuals you're looking for. I'm talking about games like Flintlock, right? I'm talking about games like Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden, right? Like, these are games that look insanely amazing, and a time or two ago, we would consider those AAA, or they would be AAA in budget. And we know now, in hindsight, that AAA comes with expectations and huge marketing budgets and huge expectations that then when they are not met, you'll never see another one of those games again. And there go those developers, unfortunately. I loved Immortals of Avium, but that was a monster AAA banger that nobody played. I love that game. It looks insane. No one's ever getting another one of them.
Yeah,
I love this AA shooting your shot space. I think it's amazing.
Again, I can. If I could just for 1 second throw this out there.
Go ahead.
Our brother Pixel was like, he doesn't like people calling it the AA's. And listen, I'm saying it positively. This is
I think it's great.
Me too. Yeah,
this is Unreal Engine 5. It is outperforming what its budget is to me. Like, this is a positive thing for it to me. I love AAA. I'm like,
the more money you throw at it, the more problems you'll potentially have, because now there are lots of people with their hands open saying, where's my ROI? We don't want that. You want the game to breathe. You want the game to have its chance in the sun, to have a chance to build an audience. So if the money invested is somewhat modest, but the creativity is on display and the engine's working for you and all that, you get that amazing visuals that you expect with AAA while still keeping the budgets modest. I think that's the best of both worlds.
This is how you have to look at AA. Is not a bad thing. It's a great thing. AA and indie. It is where risk and innovation happens. All the great things that you see happen at the AAA level start at the indie and AA level. So again, if a South of Midnight taking a chance on an artistic style of how they're presenting the animation in the game, you're not doing that if it's a $200 million budget and you need to make sure you're getting a return on investment. You're going to play it safe. You're going to play it safe. You know what I mean? So trust me. I if anything, the thing that I've learned in the last 10 years, I gravitate more towards indie and AA games than I do AAA games for that very fact. Where you find
the wise man speaks. There you go.
Oh, I'm not wise. Definitely not wise.
The villain speaks. Then how about that?
Clip it. No, I'm kidding.
No. Like Paris is right. I've seen multiple times that we've seen like in articles. Like I remember, who was the Dead Island developer? Is it Techland?
Techland, yeah.
I remember reading an article about the issues Techland was having and how their leadership kept saying, okay, so like the devs are trying to come up with new ideas, and the leaders was like, well, give us a proof of this working already. And it's like, that's
before
not innovation.
Implement it. Yeah, that's right.
They want to see it working in a AA or indie game before they decide to implement that in the AAA game. And so, like the AA, if you want innovation, you want new and different things, the AA and indie space is where you're going to find it. You're not going to find it on AAA because no one's going to spend $200 million on a maybe. That said, I did want to just do one quick thing. AAA has a very wide like range of what a budget is, and I think every time we mention AAA, people think $200 million budget. But if you look back at, like, say for example, Shadow of the Tomb Raider cost Square Enix about $135 million to make. That's a AAA budget.
Yeah.
Alan Wake 2 only cost $75 million for Epic and Remedy. And look at how that game looks. That's a $75 million game. So that's still AAA, but that's like less than
AAA quality, half the budget.
Right. And that's less than half of what, say, Sony spent on Spider-Man 2. So it's just like that the range.
And you know what?
So different.
You're right about that. We should stop using the now marketing term of the A's, because a lot of the developers come from different parts of the world where that budget does different things, right? $75 million in the States will get you the computers and a roof over your head, and that's about it, right? Whereas $75 million in other parts of this world will get you a fully funded, fully created game at a AAA level, right? So all of that kind of mushies the middle a little bit, and that's why these days, with development happening all over the world, your AAA is different depending on where you happen to have developed it, right? CDPR makes AAA games. Exactly. Yep. What happened?
You'll get to the super chat.
Okay.
I'll answer it. I'll answer it too.
Let's start from the end and head to the beginning. Let's pause a moment and answer these super chats. Andrew Wilkins with a $5 super chat. He says, Paris, why did you time me out? Because I pointed out that you said that Halo Infinite was near masterpiece on XCast. All Xbox fans are liars and frauds. Oh my Lord. Go ahead, Paris, please.
First and foremost, I don't know who the hell you are, so didn't do that. Second off, I loved Halo Infinite. I make no bones about that. Never shied away from that. The only problem Halo Infinite has ever had was on the multiplayer side, when they did not have content for the first 18 months of that game. If you go play Halo Infinite multiplayer right now, it is in a fantastic place. I recommend it to anyone. As far as all Xbox fans are liars and frauds, I would suggest stop listening to Xbox fans and go play the games that you enjoy. Why are you so concerned by what Xbox fans do? It's ridiculous. It's silly. And I hope I meet you one day.
I will add to that. These are all our opinions. I will tell you my opinion. I am one of the biggest Halo fans you'll ever meet. I was disappointed at Infinite only because a lot of the story was told through audio logs, and I wanted to see some of that play out. But besides that, to me, it was still like a 9.5 out of 10. I loved that story. Yeah. I have played Infinite. I have played Halo MCC more than people have played many of the multiplayers. And ever since Infinite came out, I have no longer played MCC. Why? Because that grapple shot makes it, you can't go back. You just can't go back. I love that franchise with a passion. The only other smoke I'll give it is I wanted more campaigns. Right? Agreed. I would have taken more campaign missions in Halo Infinite. So to me, it's close to masterpiece level as well. So if we're all frauds, call me a fraud. It is what it is. But
I'm with you 100%.
Wait, can I ask this question? I have to ask this question.
Please.
If you don't like Xbox this much, why are you hate watching this show? Seriously.
See, and then I'll say as Lord Sovereign likes to say, I appreciate your patronage.
Hey, and literally it was like, here's $5 so I could say something dumb. I don't get it. It don't make no sense to me.
I appreciate your patronage. But going backwards, Danny Passion, he's no longer official because he got the other one clipped. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate you being here. $2 super chat. He says Remnant 2 and Alan Wake, AA games, healthiest of 2024. Absolutely, sir.
Remnant 2
is awesome. It is awesome.
You got more. Paris.
Oh, well, we'll get back to it. We'll get to it. Remnant 2 is awesome.
$10.
Most folks don't even know the Remnant franchise started as a VR game and then went flat as in normal game. And then they did Remnant 2, It is like they have matured that franchise, right? But it's still very much a AA kind of budgeted game. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. And we'll keep going. Sir X-Men not only becomes a channel member, thank you, sir. He also says with a $2 super chat that South of Midnight is how a new cameo should work.
Oh,
I appreciate
like
that. I appreciate that. Yeah. It does have that cameo energy. It does. Absolutely. I agree with that. And then Tim the Sorcerer with a £2 super chat, €2 super chat, forgive me. He says, my wife wants to introduce B games like bras.
I didn't really get that one. Temper, you're gonna have to kind of clarify.
You got
another $5 super chat.
No. You don't have to put another super chat in, but explain in the DM in the chat there. I want to elaborate.
How they have different letters for them. I guess instead of staying on A's, we go B, C, D, E.
I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing.
Like double D's.
This is a double D game.
Oh, okay. Why did you clarify?
I get it.
You messed up.
Stop it. Don't do that. That's not cool, bro. And then James Thomas with a $5 super chat. He says, look how Bungie plays with angles in their trailers. We should believe Xbox now after Hellblade 2. Same with Fable, all game footage. I take them at their word. Right? If Hellblade 2 showing what it showed and then came out and then gave us that reductive energy, they push some things back or whatever, then I see you. Then I continue being with a side eye, right? Some people are mocking me because I give Asus smoke for not being good with their warranty stuff on ROG Ally. If you give me reason, if you give me reason to look at you with a side eye, I will. But so far, Xbox has shown you the trailers, and then later they've shown you the game, and the games either have looked like the trailers or have looked even better, right? So, I take them at their word until they give me reason not to. Now,
I don't think Bungie's a great example, though. But Bungie, look, we see this with the Destiny community all the time. Destiny's a drug, right? And what Bungie does is that like the community will be at a real low, and they'll have a very nice trailer that comes out, and then all the crackhead Destiny fans just go crazy again. They act like everything they complained about.
Why you gotta slander the Bungie? They are not, the views of Slow Backslap do not represent GCP as a whole.
That is fine. I will stand on that square. Y'all crackheads. Y'all do this. They have very crackish behavior. Just think about it for a second.
Let me finish the super chats, man. Okay? And then your baby father, great member of the channel, $5 super chat. He says, in this new Paris villain arc, I hope I meet you one day. Sounds like the kindest, friendliest threat I've ever heard. What's up, guys? Because he knows what he's doing. And now, of course, Andrew Wilson with a $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. He says, Paris, you lied again. You timed me out after you made a joke towards Everborn, brought up the Halo TV show being trash. I addressed you, praised the game, and I would be delighted to meet you in person. Oh, boy.
So for the record, I did just time him out in the chat for 24 hours. So next week he can come back and spend $50 mad at me for timing him out this time. What he's talking about on that, I have no memory of this. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. If I've ever moderated anything in your chat, it's because someone said something really, really dumb. So you probably
are on this panel, really, ladies and gentlemen. Dumb. Anybody on this panel, ladies and gentlemen, have the power to send you to the upside down, and I have no problems giving them that power.
Here's what I don't understand. I've never wavered on my opinion about Halo. So what is he so upset about?
It's an opinion, man. I don't get. It is an opinion. We all are allowed to have ours. I have mine. Paris has his. He's allowed to speak on it with a mic. I'm allowed to speak on my mic. Andrew, if you do not like our opinions on it, please get on a mic, get on a show, and make your opinions known. And yours will be just we'll be allowed to live right alongside ours, because that's what opinions are.
We
Everyone's
value
allowed to
your
have
opinion as long as you send in the super chats to
stop the ridiculous slander.
This is what I will go back to what I said at the beginning of the show. So, you know, I obviously jokingly, I would love to meet you in person. I sincerely would, but I would say, make sure you're calling me a liar to my face when you meet me in person, because it's very easy to say that online, especially when you're making it up, because what the hell did I lie about? I don't even know what I lied about. That doesn't make any sense.
Hashtag keyboard cowboys.
Yeah.
And again, thank you for your patronage. And then finally, Enigmatic Dreams, $5 super chat. He says, there are 3 things I need on Xbox: Harvestella 1, and a sequel to Parasite Eve HD port. I need more ports the Xbox is lacking on my favorite JRPGs. Sir, on that I don't disagree. I have said for a while now, there's a lot of nostalgia built into a lot of these platforms. Xbox has that now with as much time as they've been in the game, and they're not leveraging as much. They did with Gears, you know, seeing the great reception. Maybe they start leveraging that more. But of course, thank you guys for being here so much. I see the Black Viking is with us, and he is ready for war. He got
that's right, Paris.
The axe out. He got the shield ready.
I received a DM from Andrew Wilkins, and I'm here on behalf of him.
Okay. You brought an axe and a shield.
That's right, baby. I'm ready, baby.
So, brother, appreciate you being here, man. How about you tell us, give us while you're here, and I'm listening. I'm gonna run real quick.
Yeah,
the Rona is getting to me. I got to get a drink of water. Give us your take real quick on your feelings on the events that have transpired, right? The how your perch was, and I know unfortunately you weren't able to come. Hopefully you'll be there next time.
Oh, I will be.
Your great community, your perch. How are people feeling about the game shows writ large? Go ahead.
No, it was I think this blew everybody's expectations out the water, man. I think everybody had Perfect Dark opening, right? But they did like a little Call of Duty, and then like the real opener was Doom, and that was fantastic to see. Midway, we saw Perfect Dark. I mean, like, it's so hard to pick, because like if one of these games, whether it be Perfect Dark, Fable, Gears, like any one of those games could have been like the show takeaway, right? But having all of them on there was ridiculous. It was just crazy to see. I will throw out, I haven't heard anybody say Flight Sim yet, but that's okay. I'll move on.
Oh Jesus, come on.
I'll move on. I know. I'll move on. But another game I do want to bring up that a lot of people aren't talking about is I think it's going to go in Game Pass day 1 next year. It's not from Xbox Studios, but it's from Beethoven and Dinosaur, which is Mixtape.
Incredible.
That game, listen, I have said it multiple times already. If Rare and A24 Films had a baby, I feel like it would be this game. Like, I think they are going to cook with this. And the synopsis of the whole game seems just like right up my alley, from like the 80s, and the music, the licensed music that they're using. It's incredible, man. We didn't see no casting couches, which was dope. It was just a lot less talking, Yeah, that's it.
Casting couch. What are we talking about?
You know what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about. It's the time where you get up and you go get a refill of drink and some popcorn, and you come back. You know what I'm talking about.
That's not the casting couch I heard. Matter of fact, go ahead, man. All right.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm not talking to you, nasty slow-mo.
Damn, man.
Hey, you said,
I'm out of here.
I was looking at my phone. I heard casting couch. I just looked up. I didn't know what was happening. I just then you explained it. I was just like, what? I ain't a casting couch. I said, look,
what's a casting couch? Define it, please.
No, let's not do that.
I could do that on my show. I'm not going to come here on KSI show and do that. But no, man, I think banger after banger with this show, man. Even the bird, what was it called? Miceboro. What was that game called?
Winterboro.
Winterboro. Yeah, that game looked tight. Day one on my handheld, baby. Like 100%.
Which handheld, Black Viking?
Oh, the ROG Ally.
That's
the
right.
ROG Ally.
Indeed. All games. Were you one of the goons? I see you.
Hey, we out here deep. That slander be happening, but we out here deep, baby.
He is not. He's definitely not one of the goons. If you paid attention, he's got the real device. I'm just sorry. I'm just sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm real.
That device down.
Boo this man.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean, K-Sante? You're with me. You.
No, of course I am. No. Because see, the funny thing, and for those who aren't aware, we've been going back and forth about this for a little bit. I consider great devices. Let me be clear. Great devices. I consider the ROG Ally and the Legion Go. I consider them the radio hits of the mix, and if you look behind them, there's so much more of a plethora of content there as far as hardware and all of that. But those who want to stick with the radio hits, that's cool, But some people have dubbed them Ragoons.
Yeah. Hey, I know you guys were talking about South of Midnight and like the combat and stuff.
Please,
did y'all notice? Did y'all notice what they said about? Because some people were complaining that the fight looked a little bit too easy, and hopefully that's not a boss or whatever. And they explained that that's called like a brute haint, which is like one of the most common enemies in there. So that wasn't a boss fight that everybody saw. That was just a common enemy.
It was just one of the enemies you were coming.
Can I give my?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to say real quick to your point about the boss. It wasn't so much the combat itself. If there was a concern, it was they immediately gated the area.
Yes, the arena nature.
Nature.
Okay.
So I hope we see more open, free flowing combat throughout the game. That would be my only critique.
I agree.
Okay. Yep. But I think if you like Souls games, right? Like, so I'm of the ilk that likes the gatedness of like 1v1 fights, like just like Hellblade, right? Like it feels like I get to concentrate on that one enemy, and hopefully that's entertaining enough for me. Because typically what happens, I mean, you have it in multiple games where you have like 3 enemies, 4 enemies, and they just wait to take their turn anyway. You know what I mean? Most of the time, like that's how the AI operates, unless it's like a shooter or whatever. But I didn't have a problem with the arena fighting nature of it, and it does state that brute or the haints or whatever are they're a mass of twisted negative energy, like given by the trauma of that area or whatever. And then once you defeat them, then not only do you heal, but that area heals as well. So
which does have a lot of
energy.
That's a very Cain and Bridget Spirits kind
I'm
of.
about to say it's very it's very Cain and Bridget Spirits,
because Cain came into a village to do that basically.
But wait, a negative ball of negative energy. Would they perhaps be related to our Who brothers? I just came up with
you need to stop.
Our Hoot Haints. That's the new name for them now. One of the new names.
Stop. No, but yes, I do. I will say, as one who was defending and saying, look, although there's nothing new under the sun, you got to let these things breathe. You got to let them show you what they got to show you. But yeah, that description does really have a lot of Cain and Bridget Spirits energy to it.
Which honestly is fine. Everything takes inspiration from something else. And it's just like, as long as you're not just straight ripping like lines from, like lines from characters from the game, or literally taking animations from a game. That's not stealing. This is like, Kana isn't the first game to do those kind of things, and they won't be the last, clearly, because we have South of Midnight doing the same thing. As long as you put your own spin on it and then make it unique and yours, I got zero issues with it.
And Ember Labs shot their shot, man. That game is amazing. Amazing. So even if that is your comparison, exactly right. Yeah. If that is your direct comparison, that is chef's kiss. That's a win. That's not a detriment in any way, shape, or form.
Hey, somebody made a point about it earlier too in the chat, and I didn't think about it, but Cameo had that kind of mechanic too, in a way.
Which let's be real. Cain and Bridget Spirits has a lot of Cameo energy. So there's that. You know what I mean? So You know, they're reusing certain formulas and making it their own. I just don't want people to push what do you call it, South of Midnight in a corner before they've had a chance to show you what they
for the like 1 millionth time. Anybody that's taking this in a negative shouldn't, because Bridge of Spirits is a great, fantastic game. It wasn't meant to be a detriment on the game.
Oh no,
it was a positive.
A lot of people have given they have made the same comparisons, right? They've made a lot of people.
After me, right? After me, case.
Of course, yeah. Hey, what happened? What happened? The first thing I said when I saw Starfield was like, "Hey, man, this looks a lot like No Man's Sky." And then the world opened up and it poisoned the well, and I couldn't speak on it ever again. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Look, Gamesley wasn't the only one to feel that way, honestly. Like, it looks like when I first saw it live, I was like, oh, when the rot was going away and the flowers started pushing up, I was like, Kana? Like it was just in my mind. I was like, what? Yeah. But like that wasn't a like negative what. That was like a excited what, because like I played that game at launch on PC. Fantastic on PC.
Powerful message.
Yeah.
Powerful message. Powerful game.
Yeah. It's an awesome game. I can't wait for Ember Labs' next game to go and kill it.
Let's move on to another. And I'm picking through some of these games, and please feel free to bring up things that I may miss or anything like that. We're not going to get to all of them because I don't want it to be that long, but
you're just letting me know you're not going to talk about Flight Sim. That's cool.
Bro.
Let's talk about it, all right?
Flight Sim for you. I will.
Right now.
But I do want to chat about this real quick. And before I do, let me catch up on these super chats. I don't want to let the conversations get past them. Danny Passion, $2 super chat. He says Paris versus Dreamcast guy as an Easter egg in Gears E-Day. I don't think that's worthy. I think Paris versus Khalif Adams in Gears. Now that is worthy. You know what I mean?
Well, I think
cooking show on the TV.
I think Paris versus Black Viking.
Oh man. He's doing it. He's doing it.
A Viking needs an axe in the field. Axe in the field.
We talk about roadie running, shotgunning, and wall bouncing. Okay,
that's right.
Thank you for the super chat, Daddy. Your baby father, $2 super chat. He says Viking is a freaky. Oh man. He came to fight. You know what it is. He came for it. He came for the blood. Let's go. And then JD Gamer, $5 super chat. He says it only takes three to be be it 3 bangers, 3 showcases, or 3 successful console generations to be considered great. Xbox had hard work to do, but it can be done. Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with you. So is that the barometer? 3, 3, 3?
You need that. Nintendo came out the gate great. One game, one system, one console.
Well, see, the reason why Nintendo came out the gate great. Well, hold on. I'll let you speak. The reason why Nintendo came out the gate great is because you were 2 or 3 when it came out, right? My son will say, whatever device came out the gate great because it's the one I introduced to him, which, by the way, is also a Switch. So yeah.
Are you denouncing or denying the greatness of the first NES?
Of course not. I have mine still over there. But I am from your time frame, so we are in pocket.
It's true. You brought up the Nintendo.
Go ahead, Gamsley.
Nintendo, which is funny because we're like, oh my god, Xbox is doomed, yet we're still like out there. There's still fans of 360. Like, we're the same consumers on PC, PlayStation, whatever. We're still out there, right? Xbox fans are really out there. And if Nintendo showed anything, is that you could come out from a disaster and still get people back on your side as long as you deliver the content and like good ideas. And that's what the Switch was, and the Wii U we tend to forget. And it's just like, come on, man. If Nintendo could do it, we can do it. Especially with the IP they have at this moment. The IP.
I appreciate what you're saying,
Doom, all these big names.
I appreciate what you're saying, Gamsley. But I will push back on one thing, okay? Nintendo treads on our nostalgia. Most of us were like single digits when they came out. So everything you hand us when there were single digits is the greatest thing on earth. And they also, which is credit to them, have genius creative developers who turn toast into magic. Like they always have, they always will. That's why I call it the abacus. Why don't you set them free? Why don't you give them real hardware to work with and let's see what they can do? Yeah. No, we're going to continue to give them MacGyver, a piece of gum, some chapstick, a bubble gum tape, and see what they can do.
All I was saying is that Xbox at this very moment, with the stable that they have, they could come back from one of those collapses as well, and I think they will. That's all.
Timber the Sorcerer with a €2 super chat, and he says Call of Duty Black Ops 6 looks like a triple C to my wife. Yo, we gotta make that a thing, man. He's absolutely right. That is hilarious. That's really good.
Is that a natural triple C? Is that a natural triple C? I'm just
since they bought them, maybe it's not organic.
We find these triple C's on the casting couch, perhaps.
That is terrible. That will start some very uncomfortable conversations. I apologize. But gentlemen, since there are mostly gray beards on this channel, I must bring this up and ask. Right? We have been really, really big and really high on indie. And I kind of feel like possibly this was not its best show. And I don't know why, because I enjoyed what I saw. But the sentiment around town, around the community, seems to be like, we're separating the meat from the chaff, as it were. Those of us who have a reverence for the franchise and the have history with it are still on board. But those that may not, or those that may have stepped away from it, or it's not as pinnacle to their upbringing, maybe have looked at this and went, I don't know. It seems to have faded in the zeitgeist a little. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll start with you, Fuzzy. What do you think, sir?
I think there's still a lot of people that are hyped for it. I don't know if you're going to get the much younger crowd, like those that are, this might be their first console kind of thing. But I think there's still enough hype around it, and especially the whole thing like the choo choo type of thing that they had the one guy said. I think that still
they spent a little time skewing the Americans a little bit on that one. Yeah, they had some fun.
I think a lot of us in this age group are still hyped for it. I think it will probably show better once it's in our hands, hopefully I guess November, December time. But I think there's still more room for this to grow an audience and stuff like that. Just for the fact that, it is a older IP and it's going to appeal to an older crowd, let's say, but I think there's going to be enough action, and if they can nail the feel for like the first person punches and things like that, which it looks, at least from the sound effects and the timing and everything, looks like they have. I think that will probably show up better as you get closer to launch for, maybe the younger crowd, because there aren't too many games that do melee first-person combat well. And this one looks like it may be, one of the better ones out there, or at least the better ones coming out as of recent. So I think there's an opportunity to grab the younger crowd, but yeah, it's running off of nostalgia right now, and those familiar with the, Indiana Jones, story and stuff like that.
I saw Machine Games talk about they watched like copious hours of all the Indiana Jones projects to get it right. And I mean, you can see it. You can see it on the way the sound effects work, Harrison Ford's face. Like, man, they really, and the tongue-in-cheek goofy jokes, they have really nailed that aesthetic. But I guess my question is that detrimental? Is this now an artifact of its time, and those of us that remember that time fondly remember this, or will this have broad appeal? There's your choo-choo moment right there. Paris, what are your thoughts? Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
So, and I don't take credit for this. I saw someone else talking about this. If you strip away the Indiana Jones of it, is this still a good game?
Right.
Like, in other words, to your point, are we liking this because it was so true to what made those first three indie movies great? Or are we excited for this for the actual gameplay of it? The first person action, the puzzle. Yeah. Here's how I will answer this. I am a fan of machine games. I love the Wolfenstein games. And I like the gameplay of the Wolfenstein games, but also part of the appeal of Wolfenstein is the satire that is in those games. I think they are truly capturing what makes indie great, but I think there will still be good gameplay to be had in it. Obviously, they've not shown us anything new gameplay wise since the Dev Direct, so maybe Gamescom or something we'll see more. But I do think that is a valid question to ask. Are we just excited about this because it's Indiana Jones, or is this going to be a game that will hold up as a first-person shooter, campaign adventure, or whatever you want to describe it?
I think about that like that, but then I look at other games in a similar vein, and I'm like, does that matter to me? Because we play Mario because it's Mario too. Not just because of the gameplay, but we know that Mario brings that Mario character's charm. So
what though? My pushback to you on that, specifically on Mario, yes, you'll play it because it's Mario, but every time you even think that that's the reason that brought you there, you see it for 2, 3, 4 frames and you go, why the hell? How the hell are these people still able to be so amazing in their implementation? They don't regurgitate anything. It is like,
they get the gameplay great, but it's still the charm and the nostalgia of Mario. At the end of the day, you're going to come there for the gameplay. Nintendo are kings of it. But I mean, I can point to any game and say, well, it's that. Look at Everborn with Sonic. It's Sonic. It's not necessarily that. That is just straight up nostalgia, bro.
Man.
And it's the same thing with this. It's the same thing with Mario. It's the same thing with Sonic. It's the same thing with many of the things we come to love. We don't separate that part of it from that. I love it because not only the part of the gameplay, which we haven't played, so I can't really judge it, but it looks like it can be fun. Machine Games know what they're doing, so I trust them on that department. What matters is how are they going to nail not only the aesthetics, but the feel of what Indiana Jones is. And if you look at this and you look at that little snippet of a cutscene, they absolutely captured what that feels like watching an indie movie. So this is going to be more than just an experience. It's like the new I guess a prequel of the Lost Ark and things of the nature. So that's the way I look at it. And I said this the other day. Listen to Troy Baker, the man.
He's amazing.
He's man. Okay, I've said it before. I want to get into voice acting and things like that.
Yes.
This dude right here is a legend. You hear how he does the Joker, sounding just like Mark Hamill. Like how do you go from that far extreme to sounding like Harrison Ford, my favorite actor of all time?
Kay Asante, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you just reminded me of something. Kay Asante, did you see Troy Baker at the JW that night?
I did not. No.
He was there.
I did not.
And I said to his face, you were doing the Lord's work, sir.
Nice.
Because I did not see him there.
Yeah, he was there.
See, now I feel like I missed
right there. Right there at the bar. Yeah. Because to your point, what you're saying, Umbra, I was not even thinking this was not Harrison Ford as I'm watching this. Like it was Harrison Ford. It was Indiana Jones.
Until somebody cued me into it, and now you can't not hear it. You can hear him, but he does such a good job. Oh my God. Absolutely. Yeah. Speak on it, sir.
Yeah. When I sorry if I could jump in really quick. I don't have much to say about it, but it works both ways. Like I truly think that if this was skinned anything like Indiana Jones, it would be really amazing. Like this could easily be an Uncharted visual feast as well. Like this skinned anyway, like this could be, I don't know, Tomb Raider, right? And it would look like a good game. This is this is the father of those types of games, right? This is like the inspiration of those games. This looks awesome, and I think in Game Pass you need things to look different. And if Hellblade and Indiana Jones shows us anything, it's they're amazing experience. This looks like an amazing experience to me. I mean, it looks like a movie. It has great gameplay. I mean, it feels punchy. You need this type of stuff in Game Pass and to draw eyes of different people. So, I'm in this, and when this is the quote unquote kind of controversial thing in your show, you know your show is a freaking banger, because if this, as I said, was skinned like Uncharted, this would get a pop from millions of people as well. So I think the IP works against itself in certain directions as well. So yeah, that conversation's a little meh to me. I think this looks great, but yeah, can't wait to play this and see what it is.
Anyone else have any takes on this before we move on?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Slomo.
Yeah, I think I have a little bit of a different idea about, you know, the IP. I think it's a bit played in movies. Like, I think Indiana Jones's day in the sun when it comes to Hollywood and that form of media.
They've tried it twice now, and it's been bad.
It's done. But in video games, I think it's a different media. It's a different form of media, and it may do much better than like the last two movies did. I think when it comes to capturing the feel of the IP, you have no choice but to be authentic with it, because if you're not, then you're not really even being Indiana Jones. And if that doesn't play well with the audience, then so be it. It is what it is. What they done, and I like Machine Games. If you played the Wolfenstein games, you understand that they know how to be serious at times, and they know how to be extremely hilarious at times. And I think that like that goofiness makes them very good at doing this kind of game and nailing that feel, because they've done that already with Wolfenstein. They can do that with this. I think my only concern is with the gameplay. I mean, we've seen like little bits of it, and we've seen a lot of cuts. And typically, I'm always very leery when I see a trailer that does a ton of cuts of combat while seeing something like at least 5 seconds of something completely unedited. And so I'm still on the fence on that part. We'll see how it goes, because this is not just straight up Machine Games gunplay. There is melee combat. That's a focus of it. There's the whip. There is, the Indy using the whip while enemies are around and that kind of aspect. So there's a lot more into it that I need to see before I can really get my idea on that. But as far as them nailing what Indiana Jones is, I've never had any kind of questioning on Machine Games' ability to do that. I think that's the one thing that I was for certain they would nail, and I had zero issues with it whatsoever. Like I when I knew that they were the ones working on it, I was like, yeah, they're gonna nail Indiana Jones. You're talking about IP that talks about one against Nazis.
Reuse some of the Nazi assets, right?
Yeah, exactly. They've been killing Nazis for years, so this is no different.
If Fallout taught us anything, people that are passionate about the thing and stick true to the feel of a world and stay true to the lore and all that stuff, good things happen. And I think Machine Games and Todd Howard this is one of those things, and I think they care about it, and I think we're going to get an experience that we like.
What if Machine Games made a Fallout game?
That'd be weird, bro. I don't know. That'd be different energy. Yeah. And remember, Machine Games also made Butcher Bay.
I love
it.
Black.
Yeah, which is the OG. Like, I love that game with my whole heart. Like, it was doing complicated systems back when those things were not cool. Like, people didn't understand that stuff.
Arguably, the best game ever made on the original Xbox.
I would not argue very hardly about that. Yes, that is very much. It is a game that I find my ways to play whenever possible. Still to this very day.
Better than Knights of the Old Republic.
Well, that's why I said arguably. That's why I said arguably.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm with you. Towards right there.
Yeah.
So Black Viking, you had a point to make.
Yeah, I'll make it quick, and this is absolutely zero slander towards Machine Games. I'm excited. No, I'm not. I'm not, dude. I'm excited for this game. I'm excited for this game. I'm excited for the Indiana Jones IP. However, I think if you weren't growing up and while you were alive, watched Temple of Doom, Last Crusade, Lost Ark, I think this might be lost on some people. I think that this is going to be a fun game. I think Indiana Jones is a fantastic IP for our age group. I say the same thing about Final Fantasy all the time. I think all the kids are playing Persona now. Not Final Fantasy. I think it's We Are the Greybeards.
Oh God.
I agree. Yes. I agree with what you're saying. My son could care less.
Yeah, mine too. And he's 15. He looks at this and is like, and that's what I'm saying too. Like, and this is no slander towards Machine Games. I think that if I just saw a trailer like this that was not indie but a new IP, I probably, but it's going in the Game Pass, so I'd play it. But if this was like a $70 game, I'd probably not give it a shot. To be honest, that's just me, right? And I'm only 37.
Oh, that's
right. So like people younger than me probably could care less, man. Like,
that's why I said like the IP works against itself as well, right?
Yeah.
So it's a tough one.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope it sells like crazy. Machine Games is fantastic when it comes to gameplay. I'm going to play it. However, if the Indiana Jones IP was attached to it,
I love it.
Probably wouldn't even play it, to be honest. Yeah.
So we'll move along, but let me catch up on a couple of these super chats. I love you said your age, and we're talking about graybeards, and I'm like, and my brain went, can he consider himself a graybeard?
Oh, I got tons of grays in this beard.
and then as soon as I said that, I saw Sir X-Men super chat. I'm like, there you go, $2 super chat. He said Atari 2600 new at the age of 13. All are youngsters. Indeed, sir.
That man played on the playground with Moses.
Yeah.
Damn. What are you doing?
He had on the Jesus 12s. Is that what
he got autographed Abraham slippers in the crib.
Oh, stop it, gentlemen. Don't do this. Not like this.
From the Bible.
Oh, y'all wrong.
Y'all are just wrong, right? Like, come on.
That's all love for X, man. We messing, brother.
Yeah, we messing, man.
Even though I do like messing with him. Back then, his high school's team sport was chasing the llama. That's what they did for fun. Okay, that was
okay. Yeah. Okay, y'all need to calm down now.
But I do. But to give Sir X-Men credit, man, I really like your firsthand account of the Tower of Babel. Perfect. Loved it.
y'all are some craven slanderers over here right now. Calm down.
Look, anyway, liked him, so he's happy. You know what I mean? Let's do some.
He wrote part of the Bible. We gotta give him his respect.
Yeah,
y'all are just rough. It's just rough, man. You guys are just. Lord help me. Okay, so before we continue on, let's get to the other super chat. Day Reezy, $5 super chat. He says Paris versus DCG. That's an unfair fight. Paris ain't catching a quote unquote CR at sign. CK.
You don't want to say the word
hey. At sign. Hey, I ain't doing that. It's a Saturday morning. Calm down. No one can catch what I just said.
What's wrong with saying crackhead? I said it like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. What's going on?
I leave the slander to you, sir. Okay. Well, you know what? You read the super chat then. Go ahead. Read.
Paris versus DCG. That's an unfair fight. Paris ain't catching a crackhead. No one can catch a crackhead. That's like a Doberman versus a Chihuahua, or AKA a loose booty.
That's false. I'm gonna tell you exactly. You want to know how you catch a crackhead? With some crack.
I was gonna say. That's the crack over here. You want some?
Yeah. You see, and this is why Paris shows up, because he can roll with the punches. He can roll with them punches. That's good, man. Appreciate you. That's really good. And of course, the great Pixelbit G, he says, I smell puppy milk slander from baby beards. Oh, bro,
the baby
calm
beards.
down.
I take offense to this. I'm the youngest.
he is just jealous because he gonna die before you do. Calm down.
True.
So, before we continue this great conversation, let me announce the winners of the Gears of War coin. Now, let's see if my camera will cooperate. There you go. Presented by the great Ben Kenobi. If you ain't got one, you feeling jealous because that's the only way you get one. You have to win one. And our winners, 4 of our winners, because I have pulled them from our chat, from the picker, are Erodimus. Salute to you, good sir, Erodimus.
Hey.
And of course, anyone and everyone that hears me, you have 24 hours to message me. You know where to find me, man. I tell y'all all the time, find me, tell me that you won. I will validate your claim and I will send the form to you right away where you will receive your exclusive coin. Erodimus, sir, you are a winner.
Exclusive,
right? In addition to Erodimus, we have... Oh, hold on. I did that wrong. This is riveting radio. Kiwasaw, I hope I spelled that right, pronounced that right. Kisanagi, also a winner. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking part in this contest. We appreciate you. Shine Films, thank you very much. You are also a winner. And finally, the man Z Black Rider. So again, Erodimus, Kisanagi, Shine Films, and Z Black Rider. You all 4 are winners of the Hellblade Gears of War coin, presented by the great Ben Kenobi. Thank you so much for competing, and reach out to me and you will get this in the mail post haste. Thank you all for doing this, and we'll do it again at some point. Anytime a new coin pops up, I will reach out to the great folks there, and I'll see if I can get more available for y'all. This is awesome. Thank you guys. This was great. And when you get it, let folks know you got it. If you have a chance to, salute to the great Ben Kenobi, who's just putting out such great work, putting out such great content, and doing it all for the love of the community. So shout out to him, and salute to you guys for winning. Now, let us get to what we have been wanting to talk about for a while now, right? The man is here. He got the horn. He got the glasses on. Please preach the gospel that is Flight Sim, sir.
Oh my gosh, let me mute myself.
Yeah, mute yourself. Mute yourself, sir. Listen, can we do it the opposite? I want to see how all y'all talk about Flight Sim. If y'all have anything to say, if y'all don't touch on anything, then or on whatever, then I'll come in at the end.
Look, I will tell you my experience with Flight Sim. Okay, now Flight Sim is a really big game, right?
It's the whole world, baby.
Like it's and via size as well, right?
Yeah,
via size, right? So it's not always on my hard drive. It's been on my hard drive for a while, and it's hard to install because I think we've talked about this.
They are changing that though, KSI.
Especially on PC. Oh, good to know. Especially on PC. If I want to play this, like I see this, I'm like, yo, this is amazing. I might as well start installing this now. I will play this on Monday because it takes that long to get us to a place where it is playable, right?
Yes.
It takes a long time to update. But I will say this is probably one of the PC games that I have played most of my life. Like this game started in 1979, for most who don't know, right? And in one shape or form, I've played a version of this throughout my entire life, right? And this is the best version of this game, right? And before this, in order to play this, you had to be $1,000 some odd in because it takes a lot of hardware to run it. And now you can go get a Series S and run it on there. You know, one thing I have not tried with this, which I should try. I want to try installing this on a handheld. See how crazy that will be. I've never tried that.
You know what? I think that with this new iteration,
Yeah.
With 2024, you'll be able to. I think it'll take a lot less hard drive space because what it's going to do is going to really, really push the cloud technology with this game. So like internet will be
necessary. Yeah.
Will be necessary.
But I know that the RAM is also a big concern. Like my A1 Pro's got 64 gigs of RAM. So maybe that'll be able to do it. But like, for you raw goons out there, 16 gigs might be a little tough for this baby. You know what I mean? We'll see.
Tell them, Kay. Tell them.
Stop it. I ain't trying to be slanderous. But basically, my experience with this game, I know friends who, like, their parents, their kids, like, they have become, like, they literally went, and I used to live in Rhode Island. I used to live in Boston, up in the New England area. Like, I know friends who literally went in as a group on a small prop plane, a small little plane, because
like
they're such little Cessnas. Yes, they are such flight sim fans that they played so much that they got enough flight hours to then start actually doing flight training. And now they borrow the plane from week to week, and this person will fly it here. This person, it turns people into pilots. Like it is like. It's not a game, people.
It's the Sims. Any sim that you can think of, this is the Sims of all Sims.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And no, Everborn Saga, we are not back to shaming the ROG Ally X. Clearly, you are too busy to be on the show, but you're not too busy to come and defend your Ragoon brother. Anyway,
well, I want to be the first to welcome Everborn back into the fold.
Should be ashamed.
Are you finished?
Hold on. Let's stop for a moment and let Paris expound, sir. What did you just say, sir?
You heard exactly what I said.
I want you to say it for the cheap seats.
The ROG Ally X should be shamed. It is a half measure. It is overpriced, and you'd be better off waiting for a proper 2.0 version of that handheld.
Cut his mic. Somebody cut his mic.
When the technologist said it, people said I was biased. How about
now? There's one thing though, Kay. You can't deny that the double battery isn't appealing, because every time I use my JPD,
you know what?
Like let me dispel
that real quick. If you grab an OG Ally and you grab an Ally X, right, which has two different batteries, right? But you play the exact same game, exactly the same game, at the exact same lock TDP level, config exactly the same. Guess what will happen? The Ally X will run much hotter. You know why? Because it has a bigger battery, which heats up far more, which then also means you have a fan that spins far more to keep that one cooler versus the one who didn't have the bigger battery. It is a shiny whiz bang number. Oh, wow, we got this big number. Diminishing returns. What they should have done was given you 65, maybe 70 watt-hour battery. And then the money they saved there, how about you, as my man MJ Dark says, how about you, instead of giving me the how do I put it PG-13? How about I gotta put a PG-13? The shaved phallic of a RAM. How about you give me the full RAM stick? You know what I'm saying? Instead of being so.
He would want the full RAM stick, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Listen,
full 32 gigs would have benefited the device far more than giving you those diminishing return huge batteries. It's like they went to the gym, worked out the arms, forgot leg day, and they want to just keep focusing on the arms.
I've never heard anybody diminish a better battery in any device ever before.
No,
now.
But see, I am the technologist, baby. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be slanderous. It is high numbers for high numbers' sake, because will it give you better battery? No doubt it will. If you're playing indie games and stuff, it'll definitely give you better battery. But bigger battery means hotter, means has to run the fans more to cool it down, which
is a brute force solution. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, you telling me I haven't said that? The man Lucius Augustus, another technologist in his own right, has been saying this for a week.
Lucius copied off you.
Yeah.
Keeping it a buck. The thing that you need to look for, there's two devices you need to look for, which will be the next generation of handhelds. Steam Deck 2.0, obviously.
Indeed.
And what Microsoft and Qualcomm are going to do with that Xbox handheld.
Exactly.
Because you just saw, they just kind of told you what the handheld's going to run. It's going to be that Snapdragon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And part of that is power consumption, better battery life.
It's optimization.
That's where it's headed. Exactly. You're going to optimize.
Because your car can't go forever, you don't go like put on a bigger tank of gas. No. You don't need rocket fuel to go to the grocery store. You need the engine to perform better. That's what we're talking about.
See, we're not going to the grocery store. We're going to infinity and beyond with this ROG Ally.
Which you ain't definitely not going to get.
If you're interested in handhelds, don't buy one now. Do what they wait for the Steam Deck 2 or whatever the Xbox equivalent is going to be in like a year or two. And frankly, don't buy Asus, period. Asus warranties are basically terrible. Hey, maybe I'll fulfill this, maybe I won't. It's a crapshoot. It's like going to the casino and playing at the craps table, and like we don't know what you're going to get. You might get your warranty fulfilled. We might make up some nonsense and then tell you to pay for it yourself. Don't buy anything that Asus makes. Period. Is what I'm saying.
One thing I will say, I will agree with you, Slow-Mo, on the uncertainty of Asus. Get a different warranty provider. Don't just trust their warranties because they have shown themselves to be craven in that. What I will say, if you are super excited for handhelds and you are not sure which to get, don't get the latest and greatest, because the first iterations and the current iterations have diminishing returns. Today is the best time to buy yourself last gen's ROG Ally, because the power, there is literally no power change.
Yep.
None. Right? Like all of them. And they'll make them super cheap because the new Whiz Bang is here. The Whiz Bang is diminishing returns. Buy the $300
and you can always do what I do. Okay. And everybody makes fun of me for it. Yep. But I keep my shit plugged in. I'm never too far away from an outlet. I'm playing at 30.
You don't have much of a choice.
Yeah.
Well, by the way,
listen, I will do that with
keep your eye on. There's another device to keep your eye on. It won't compete on the power narrative of what we're talking about, but as far as power consumption and kind of thinking where the tech is headed,
don't say a Switch 2.
Yeah, I am saying that.
I knew he was gonna say that. Because when you say that, these people are going to come. Yeah, I know you're right, but these people are going to come for you.
No,
what are they to come for? What am I saying that's so crazy?
No, it's saying nothing that's crazy.
So flights. Flights really amazing. Can I pop in?
Anytime somebody brings up Nintendo, like it was like, let's switch subject.
Let's no. I don't disagree. Nintendo will, their Switch 2 will be something else, and we're all hoping and praying that they finally shoot their shot correctly. It will be something else, ladies and gentlemen. Late and probably not on time this time. Mr. Everborn Saga.
Welcome. Yay.
Can you guys hear me?
My fellow ROG.
I can finally leave.
I literally only have 5 minutes.
So, say what you got to say, sir. You're here.
Okay, so I'm trying to get my headphone situation.
He's going to be He's going to be an apologist.
There you go. Go ahead. Situation.
He's just going to attack Paris.
Take a second.
That's all he's going to do. That's what I would do. 5 minutes of attack.
Take your time. Yeah. Take your time.
All right.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. I'm literally on a troubleshooting call for a release that
I
went
know,
awry
bro.
last night.
I know. Yeah, man.
So I got to go back. But listen, let me show you what we're not going to do.
Oh,
Mr.
here we go.
Mr. Asante, you over here, you need 128 gigs of memory for a handheld is what you need. But now
I do not have 128 gigs of memory
because they got a bigger battery. You said the ROG Ally, the OG ROG Ally. You shamed them. You was like, how dare they put only a 40 watt hour battery? And then they put an 80, and you was like, how dare they put an 80? They can't do nothing in your eyes.
You can't win for losing.
Bro.
What are
Stop being the madness. Here we go again. Stop being the low knowledge consumer. You know damn well they did not hit the sweet spot. They did not hit the sweet spot.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he just called me stupid. So when you're losing an argument, what you do is you resort to personal attack.
I think the problem is between the microphone and the chair. That's what I think the problem.
Yeah. All right. You see, I want everyone to see.
I gotta give you some smoke. Right now. I gotta give you some smoke because you entered the fray 2 hours and 30 minutes late. Okay, calm down.
And I'm gonna leave 2 hours too early too. But all I am saying is they doubled the battery. You had a problem with the battery life. That was your biggest issue in the beginning.
Yes.
And now they doubled the battery life, and you still got a problem. So
let me be clear.
Can I help No. Can I ask him a question?
Please. I will let you ask your question, but let me make let me make the record clear. Okay. There's a barometer to this. Okay. The hardware itself has some drawbacks that we've discussed. I think the battery was overblown. I think the memory could have been better. But that is not a problem. If that's all there was to it, hey man, they took the knowledge of the people had and they're moving the ball forward. It's cool. I have no issues there. I don't think it's a bad device. I agree with Paris. I think it's overpriced. I think there are certain pieces that could have been better, but I don't think it's a bad device. What I think is when people use their warranty, the year warranty that already exists, and then you nickel and dime your way into making that warranty null and void, and you're called out about it, and then you go, guess what? Your warranty is now 2 years. That's not solving the problem. They have proven themselves to be untrustworthy. That is where the bulk of my issue lies, not the hardware.
A separate issue from what we're talking about with the battery.
The vendor made this thing.
I only joined because I'm not going to sit here and let you and Lon try to pretend like you don't want more battery life in a device. Stop the cap, okay?
All I'm saying is, at the end of the day,
wait a minute.
Go ahead.
If Xbox makes this handheld and it is ARM based, right? I still want an 80 watt hour or what the biggest battery they can put in it, so that whatever it lasts at, it will last longer with a bigger battery. That's all I'm saying. I'm not. But
we already know you, Mr. Everborn Frivolous Purchase Saga. Come on now.
I'm not saying don't make it. I'm not saying don't make things more efficient, but a bigger battery never hurt anybody. You know why you guys think like this? Because of Apple. Apple told you every thing got to be paper thin. Are you
trying to paint me as an Apple zombie that you are every year buying a new Apple device? You gotta.
Oh wow, you're one of those guys.
Bro, this dude buys a new Apple device every year. He bought 3 of them this year. Shut your mouth, man.
You know
Somebody
what?
mute this man's mic.
Hold on. Wait. Everybody wait.
You're not going to do that.
Everybody wait. Just 1 second. I'm sorry, Paris. Kay Asante, how many handhelds did you buy this year? You talking about frivolous purchaser. Everborn.
1.
That's a lie.
It's true.
That is a lie from the pits of hell. And don't make me call Mr. Joanna Dark because he sold you several.
No, I bought 1. Hold on. So I have a mini laptop, which I use for laptop purposes, and I bought
that one as a handheld.
It's not a handheld; it's a laptop.
You got it for gaming. Okay. You think he's slick?
It is. No, I don't use it for gaming. I use this for content creation when I'm on the go. This is what I use for a lot of the stuff I post.
Dirt on you, dog.
And whoa. Hey, Kay, show that again. Show that again.
Each with the camera.
Open it up.
Dirt on you, dog.
Open it up. Isn't that the one that got the controls up near the above the keyboard?
I
don't know what you're talking about. I don't see no controls and no keyboard.
Okay.
I see no controls.
Right I thought that was the one MJ Dark was showing.
I see no controls.
Do not let Kay lead you astray.
But needless to say, I have bought 1, which is the 1X Player Mini, which I purchased recently. But Paris, please, you were going to say something.
Hold on. Lucius said slide the metal tray off. Are you hiding controls on that?
You are hiding.
You are hiding. Show it. No politician. You a daggone.
All those images in the chat.
if you have not seen this device before, I'm not the one who's going to tell you. Obviously, you can hide the controls. Duh.
That means it is a handheld and not a laptop, sir. If it's got built-in controls for gaming, it is a handheld.
All about Evermore.
That's definitely a handheld case, Ante.
It is.
I know.
It is incognito gaming. Okay, calm down. Okay,
open it up, and show the thumbstick.
So
you know
to be clear, see, look how y'all divert this whole
thing. You have
thing.
been
He comes and poisons the well,
and I have done my job. I will let you guys get back to the show.
Yeah, you can leave now. You can leave now. You see the slander?
My work is done here.
Rest my case.
ROG, stand up.
That's right.
So okay, to be fair, and he's right. It does have controls.
So
the reason why? Well, no, hold on. The reason why I don't use it as that, because I have found
I didn't even get my slander in because it is nonsense.
Yeah, you see this nonsense? He loves to divert. The reason why I use it, the reason why I use this like this is because I find that as a handheld, it's very uncomfortable. Like it's just very uncomfortable. So I just use it for what it's kind of meant for. But yes, you can.
Okay, so
you can
okay.
Take that off. See,
okay. If you have an Xbox Series S that you only use to watch Netflix, is it a Roku now, or is it a gaming console?
No. That's ridiculous. Because if it's an Xbox, hold on. That's ridiculous. If it's an Xbox Series S that is shaped like a laptop, you can use it like a laptop. That's what this is.
No. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if someone's using a Series,
it's not like it looks like this. It's not like it looks like this. It's not
how it looks. It's about what you're doing. And you just said
whatever.
All I'm doing is using regular laptop stuff with it, but it's a handheld.
It was going to be. It was going to be my handheld. And then I started using it, and it's not very comfortable as a handheld. So I use it as my mobile. So I use it as. I use it as my mobile laptop. I find myself using it as a laptop and nothing else.
Kesante, one second. You and I both know that you bought that laptop for stealth gaming. We both know it.
But see, look. So are we saying my intention and my use case are two different things? My intention, you're right, Gamsley. But my use case, I have never used it for incognito gaming. I never have.
Well,
because it's very
rich. We saw with having a game loaded up on it though. So
yes, when I first bought it, I was testing it out, and in short order, you find that it's very bottom heavy. So it ended up just being a laptop, which I use really well as a laptop. I have literal OBS running on this thing.
Panel,
so needless to say,
do you all side with Everborn or K on this one?
Y'all can slander me all day. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hate to say I agree with Everborn because it makes me physically ill to agree with him. But yeah, that's a handheld, bro. That's a handheld. That's the only thing I agree with him about. But about the ROG Ally stuff, like him coming in here to defend that, like I don't agree with none of that stuff.
So because I have a handheld laptop device, now all of a sudden the ROG Ally deserves a reprieve.
Oh no, not at all. That's the only part I agree with Everborn about. But like,
see again. Jokes aside, but again, jokes aside, my problem with the Ally X is not necessarily the hardware, right? Again, like Paris was saying, I think the hardware is a half step. I think that they should have kept it the same exact price as the original one and dropped the original one's price. That's what I think, right? But I will allow it. You want to buy that? That's cool. Hey, it's got a Best Buy warranty. You can use that. You're good. My problem is this company that makes it has proven themselves to be untrustworthy. And when they are called out about it, instead of saying, look, well, we're going to do more in that realm to resolve the untrustworthiness, they just say, for the year that we promise we'll take your call. Yeah, we'll make it now 2 years that we promise we'll take your call. Doesn't mean we'll actually do anything for you when we pick up the phone.
Wait, we're just turning it back to ROG slander here. Hold on.
No, we're turning it back to the reason for my distrust of the situation. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all it is.
Hey, remember Flight Sim? That's a good game.
That was a good game. Yeah,
we're moving past Flight Sim now.
Yes, he got a W and then he ran. Like, you see what I'm saying? He got a W and then he ran. Yes, y'all can call me out all day. Yes, I have many a handheld.
Was worth talking about. We would have been talking about it.
Oh, can I interrupt?
Please, Paris, interrupt, please.
Because I forgot what I was going to say earlier, but I gotta
go ahead. Go
ahead. You derailed it into this, but I do have to call you out for your Apple slander. How dare you, sir? Don't do that. What's wrong with you? As a Vision Pro owner, leave Apple alone. Yeah,
exactly.
Great
you see. Every time you bought in, now all of a sudden they got to be the greatest product in the world. Like, come on, now, right. Stop that.
Well, all I was saying with the ROG Ally, being serious, because everyone reads. My thing is. It is a brute force half measure, this X. It is not a true 2.0 product. If you already own a current handheld, it is not an incentive to upgrade to that. The amount of extended battery life that you're going to get out of that at that price point, no, I'm not spending the money to do that. You might as well keep what you have and wait. Like I said, you're going to get a Steam Deck 2.0. You're going to get whatever Xbox is coming out. Obviously, these other third-party hardware manufacturers, they're going to come out with a 2.0 product as well. I would personally wait. Them slapping in a bigger battery is not enough incentive for me to want to run out and replace my current Ally.
Well, to add to
actually,
that
hold on. I'm going to give you some flowers. Okay,
there you go.
What excites me about the Ally X is actually for the new Ally owners and existing Ally owners. The promise changes to Armory Crate is looking interesting. They're going in a more. Yes, I think that is far more exciting, and that may benefit a lot more people.
Okay. What about the ergonomics and everything else like that? Improved ergonomics.
You gonna spend $800 for improved ergonomics?
Some people would, right?
No, I asked you. Are you gonna spend $800?
Listen, I agree with you 100% that if you have the current version, there's no need to upgrade. Somebody actually asked me that. I was like, nah, I'm good. Because that's not enough. I agree with you. But those are some quality ones, if like upgrades, if this is your first foray into it. I would say go for it.
Yeah.
I personally would say get Steam Deck OLED, but that's just me.
See, people come to me all the time in the DM and ask me what hardware I should get, right? And I have been advocating, hey, get that. My first question is, what kind of handheld what kind of gaming do you do, right? If the gaming you do is more like AAA kind of focused, I always say get an Ally. But these days I'll say get an Ally, but make sure you get your warranty from Best Buy. Like, make sure you have that secured, right? That's it, right? I will say that because they're not to me.
Yeah, get you a good warranty. Go through Best Buy and you get yourself situated.
Yeah, but before you proceed, I am gonna drop down. So I appreciate you having me
once again. I appreciate you, sir. I hear you might be coming. To Florida. If you do, you know where to find a brother.
Let's keep that secret.
Okay.
But
find me in them
we'll
DMs.
Be in contact.
Indeed.
Yeah,
I appreciate you, sir. Have a good day.
All right. Yeah, you have a good rest of your day. It's good seeing everybody.
Take care, man.
So let me catch up on some super chats, and then we'll reframe the conversation, reset, and I will take another stab at having this nice, concise conversation with my man, the Black Viking, who has returned.
Yes.
Indeed. No more diversion with these Ragoon conversations. Calm down now, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So we have Sifu Poetic X. I hope I'm saying that. Sifu Poetic X. $9 super chat. He says, "When do you guys see the chess pieces porting games to PlayStation while continuing to push next gen? Big showing big games for 2025 and 2026. Does anyone see the plan?" So yes, I see the plan, but I'm not sure if the plan that I see is the same plan you see, sir. Expound some more in the chat, and we'll talk more. What I see is they know that in the world where everybody had the "you buy my box, I sell you my games," that world is not long for us anymore. Us graybeards are so used to that since childhood. That is literally changing overnight. Everyone is changing it overnight. What do you see from PlayStation? They are going everywhere as well. It's slow but surely. Mm-hmm. They're all going everywhere. Mm-hmm. They are all doing that. So what they're doing is they're saying, look, let's meet these people where they live. If you are a person who are a PlayStation main and you will never ever switch from that being your main, great. Here's a game, $70. Maybe if we show you enough great games, we'll entice you to join us and buy a handheld as a secondary console or something like that, right? They want to meet everyone where they live. Will it be successful? The devil will be in the detail. There are rumors abound, and there are what do you call it? Prototype projects going on where they have like really cool UI running on everything, including handhelds that make it look like an Xbox, right? They're trying to meet you where you are. That's the plan, right? So it's not that last gen model of you buy my box, I sell in my console. I'll tell you this, I bet you, and you've already seen it in small doses right now. The Xbox of old would have made their new mid-gen refresh or their new somewhat pseudo hardware the same price as the original one, and then depreciated the other one. Now it's more expensive. The world of subsidizing your cost is done. They are not subsidizing your cost anymore because the ROG Ally X exists, because the Steam Deck and all these other devices exist, and they see gamers spending top dollars, $600-700 on what can be considered the power level of a Series S, right? Yeah. They see you spending that money. So there's no world where you're going to get subsidized pricing. Mark my words. Next gen is going to be expensive. But thank you for your patronage.
I hope so, actually, for the devices that we hope to get. I hope
that's right.
I really do hope that they kind of push that limit, like really go for it, man, because I'm not even going to say it because I'll be like looked at as an elitist, but I really do hope that they really push. I have to stop myself.
Look, I will tell you, no matter what they push, your hardware that you have today under your television will still be very, very, very much tip of the spear for many years to come. Right?
That's true.
It just is what it is. That's why you invest the money and you spend money doing all of that, because then you're good for years to come, and yours will be. But it doesn't mean that it's not exciting what they're doing on the handheld front and in the console space. I think all that is great. Max City Entertainment, $20 super chat. Salute to you, good sir. Appreciate you always showing support and being here. He says showing love and paying homage. Grown man Saturdays, used to watch cartoons. You see, this is what we're trying to do, man. Appreciate you. Used to watch cartoons. Now I watch the Gaming Circle podcast. Keeping up good work, gentlemen. We are entering where we are entertained. Showcase was fire. Best period to many games. Absolutely, sir. I appreciate you. When we started this, we were like, yo, man, we want to be PG-13. Saturday mornings, we used to watch your Saturday morning cartoons. You watch G.I. Joe. They're shooting guns, but they're using lasers. They're not shooting bullets. No one gets hurt. We all go home after that. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that take. You know what I mean? That's beautiful. I appreciate that. Your baby father, $5 super chat. He says, Freak of the Show Award moves from Viking to K for wanting full rack stick. Oh, man.
Full ram stick.
Full, baby.
All of it.
Don't say it like that, please.
All of it. Give me all.
He also wants the ram kit. You know the.
Give him that fool. Give him everything.
As Lord Sav says, thank you for your patronage. Well, 2 more super chats and then we'll get back to it. Danny Passion, $5 super chat. He says, I feel you, Kay. I bought a laptop for for video editing, and I've had more gaming on that than video editing. The Ally is the best PC handheld under 1K. I won't
Amen.
Okay.
I would say
don't you even do it, Kay. Let them have it.
What?
Let them have it, Kay.
I mean, I'm not even a handheld guy, and I disagree with that. Isn't the Legion Go better? Isn't the Legion Go better?
Well, so I won't say the Legion Go is better either, because they're basically the same chipset under the covers, right? They have interesting features that try to differentiate themselves, but they're pretty much at the same level. If you like big chunky handhelds that you can grip onto from an ergonomic perspective, you may go for the Legion Go. Stop with that.
Yeah, I'm just looking. It's you doing this, man.
I'm talking ergonomics, man. I'm talking about ergonomics. Calm
ergonomics,
down. But
feel my hands.
But even in that, like the man John Wolf had a Legion Go and returned it because to him the ergonomics weren't there. They had sharp edges, so after he held it for a while, it would like be uncomfortable in his hands.
For this or for the Legion Go?
For the Legion Go, he said that. Yeah. He said even though it had better ergonomics, it still wasn't all the way there, right? So he says under $1,000, that's the best handheld. I beg to differ, but again, I will caveat that by saying when I buy something, I know what I'm getting. I know I'm not going to go to Best Buy and just pick it up. This is my handheld right now. The cheapest of which is way cheaper than the ROG Ally and far more powerful. But again,
I wouldn't say far more powerful.
Far more powerful.
How much is it?
So let me go into the crates here and see the pricing here.
This bad boy is about 1,000 and something, isn't it?
Well, it is $989. It is $899. It is $989. It is 1,000. Yeah. So when this thing first started, I think there was a $799 option, but as the Indiegogo goes along after the first 24 hours, then those get sold out, and then the next level, and then the next level. But the cheapest version was more powerful than the ROG Ally.
Okay, so but performance wise, what are you looking at for this?
So the reason why I'm saying it's far more powerful is because and small size. I don't mean to divert. Small, real quick. The ROG Ally uses the Z1 Extreme, right? Z1 Extreme. Now, what is the Z1 Extreme? The Z1 Extreme is a Celeron to Intel. Now, Slow-Mo, if you know what I'm talking about, Celeron to Intel. The Z1, the Extreme is a cut down version of last year's AMD 7840U, right? That's what the Z1 Extreme is. This has the 8840U next year to this year's version of that processor. 20% more performant depending on, and it has AI tops and all of this. So if you start with the Z1 Extreme, that's last year's cut down version. This is this year's version of chip and still the same price, or in certain cases cheaper. Far more performant.
I see what you're saying. I just maybe it's just me, and you know how I am. I'm not necessarily anti-handheld, but I tried it and it wasn't for me. And I just kind of feel like I think value is always subjective. Like
it's subjective, absolutely.
What someone would feel is a worthwhile price for them.
And that's the reason why I say I know what I'm getting, because to me, the reason why I will still, even though I like this and I'll buy this, the reason why I will tell everybody else to go buy an Ally or Go is because you can walk into Best Buy. Your buttons are sticking, you can go complain to them. They'll replace it for you. There is value there, right? So I will never be the one to tell you to buy this over that. I will say, know what you're getting if you want one of these. I know what I'm getting, so I'm buying one of these. But if you want to jump into the waters and you want to be safe, 100%, get yourself a Legion Go. Get yourself an ROG Ally. I will never stop that. Now, when I say the Ally, I'll say make sure you get a Best Buy warranty when you do that. Did
you see the Aya Neo Air 1S Pro or something that has an 8840U, and it's this size? Hold on a second.
Oh, and this man is the man about handhelds too. This man, he's prolific. You didn't even know.
This is the last super last gen one. See how thin and small that is? This is about the Switch size, and the upgraded version has the same chip.
Yes.
Crazy strong for this.
And this is why whenever everybody goes, it's the greatest thing in the, I'm like, because it is, but it's kind of the radio hits. If you look behind it, all the younger, more spry companies are doing some very interesting things in the background. But again, you get what you pay for. You have to deal with the
sad
warranty.
That you bought.
You have to deal with China.
That you bought that JPD one, because JPD just got a double screen thing that's really cool.
Yeah, I don't want to buy that. That's weird. Yeah, I think that's weird. I think that's weird.
As a second screen, though.
Sure,
like
I know.
Stuff in it. That's crazy. Yeah. Anyways.
BT Maverick 707 $5 super chat. He says, when do you guys think Xbox will release their potential handheld? That's a good topic. And would next year be crowded with the Super Switch 2 and the Steam Deck 2 coming out? Let's put a pause in this one. We'll get back to it. And I'll say, Oppo with a $20 super stick. Bro, I appreciate you, man. Next time, say something. We want to hear what you have to say, but we appreciate your support, sir. Thank you so much. Let's talk about that for a quick moment. Are any of us, and you know where I am with it, any of y'all, and I'll start with you, Viking, I don't know how you feel about it. What would get you to forgo your Ragoon brothers and jump into the Xbox waters? Would it be a handheld? Would you do that? Would a Super Switch get you? Would a Steam Deck 2 get you next year? What do you think? And you are muted, sir.
My fault. What would get me is all third-party titles that I buy on my Xbox are available on my handheld. I want it play anywhere for everything. That's it. That's all I want. And then it's a wrap for me. But I will probably still always own a PC handheld. For those Steam titles, those early access joints that you can't get on a console generally. And there's a lot of PC titles that probably won't ever come to Xbox. So yeah, I will always have a PC handheld. But the main thing with the Xbox handheld is all those third-party titles coming over to the handheld space.
Excellent. Yep. How about you, Gamsley? I know you in the bag. I'm sure day one you're salivating for the old Xbox handheld. Now, interesting nugget on your side though. It would also be how the ergonomics are for your disability, right?
Yeah. Like most of these handhelds, even the JPD one that I love so much. Actually, this one here with the keyboard, right? That you kind of slide up and have the keyboard. That actually helps me because I play lying down with these things or on a chair. So if I could just the screen tilting up, I know that's weird, but the screen being up a little bit more gives me a viewing angle that I need to kind of have my claw grip on it. So handhelds are tough. That I like the ones that have a detachable controller, like the one that you just showed, the One X player, and stuff like the Switch. That's why my Legion Go actually gets the most out of me, because anything with a kickstand and detachable controllers, or just a kickstand, because I use it to like kind of get an angle right on my lap or whatever, and I could hold it properly, or else my hands get tired and they hurt. So yeah, anything with a kickstand or removable controllers, I would love. But on a easier side, I've adapted to anything, right? So I could live with anything. Just let me play my games that I have on other stores or Xbox, just like Viking.
So you're with Viking. Yes, you're with Viking. Absolutely. How about you, Umbra? As the anointed lead of the Ragoons.
Yeah,
y'all need to have shirts, man. Y'all need to get shirts, man.
I told you, I got the branding already for the. I started making those little AI images. I'm gonna have to start really taking that serious. Yeah, no, I like the idea. You know what I'm thinking about, though, Kay? That once they do this, because it seems like a foregone conclusion. Once they do this, I feel like, because I have the 4080 Super, and I'm probably going to upgrade that as things go along, as you and Hargeet helped me get to a point with the build where I can upgrade it, right? Like it's upgradable. So I might just stick to that and get the handheld that they put out, which I'm guessing is going to be the next gen SKU. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think so too. Yeah.
I think I'll get that for the Xbox portion of things as far as that device, and just keep the PC for the higher end games that I want to play at their best. That's what I think.
That's how I roll now. Literally, I have a bunch of handhelds, and then if I have to have all the speeds and feeds and the eye bleeding graphics, I'll sit here. But that happens rarely,
Yep. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. And so if to answer that question about when do we think, if I had to guess, BT Maverick, I'm going to guess if not next year, then 2026. Because that's the rumored time when we were supposed to go. The Xbox is supposed to go next gen, right? So that's my thinking. But I don't know. It seems like, I mean, you're hearing more talk had sped up with Phil saying certain keywords, and when they start talking like that, it's closer than it is further, right? So I don't know when it would happen, but if I had to guess, I would guess that it's the next gen SKU that we've been hearing about. Part of it, so it's the S version of next gen, so to speak. That's what I'm
How about you, Slow-Mo?
I think probably 2026. I am interested in getting one simply because for me with handheld, it really depends on how it's designed. With me, my biggest complaint with handhelds is that I can't play them for a very long period of time without like my hands cramping. Like I got really big hands, and then like it's like I'm almost like I wish I'm not on camera, but like the way like I'm like holding the thing, it's like my fingers are just like doubling over themselves trying to keep it like I can't do it for a long period of time.
But see, this is why I feel like holding some of these handhelds in real life will be very beneficial. Like if your frame of reference is only a Switch, it's so tiny and so flat, and
but even with
some of these devices are.
I had the same problem with the Steam Deck as well. Now I haven't like touched the Legion Go, but I did I did hold my cousin's PS Portal, and I know John Wolf is about to go crazy. The Portal feels good because it feels like a DualSense. It feels like I'm holding an actual
it's just a DualSense cut in half, literally.
Right? And so I hope the Xbox handheld does something similar, where it's like you feel like you're holding an Xbox controller. It just has a screen there, so like the sides have to feel like you're actually holding two sides of a controller. If it does that, I'm in. I will buy it. I will get it. Will I use it a lot? Probably not. But I probably will use it more, like when I go on vacation, that kind of thing. Because I do think this will be on a PC platform and not necessarily like more traditional Xbox console that we are familiar with. I think it will be more along like a PC, like these PC handhelds that will incorporate other stores and all that good stuff. But I don't think that. I don't think it will be like your typical Xbox, and they're going to make sure that you have your library in it, even though it's on the PC platform, and they're going to hopefully make sure the Xbox, store and
back
app
and forward and all
actually
that,
runs well, unlike the current Xbox PC app, which is a flaming piece of garbage.
Dog water. We call that dog water.
It is. It's dumpster juice. It's terrible. It's freaking awful. But like,
it's dumpster juice.
If they line all that stuff up, I'm in there like swimwear. Like I'm getting it, but it's just
Fuzzy.
Go ahead.
I was before you go, I want to ask, what if they gave it, just to throw it out there, what if they gave it, because you're talking about the ergonomics, what if they gave it like the Legion Go, where you can switch out those handheld ports to have like a Xbox One hand controller feel, or 360?
Remove the sides.
What if they have it like that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll be down with that. That'll be fine, just as long as there's an option where I can do that. Because like even with the Switch, like when I had my Steam Deck, and currently with the Switch, I play it 95% docked, because playing it handheld is a problem for me for long periods of time. So when I do play it docked. But I do have like a bunch of other little accessories with the Switch. So when I do play with the Switch, it's a little bit more comfortable than just playing it with the Joy-Cons on the side. Like I got actual other Joy-Cons that are more comfortable. I got a little, I don't even know what the thing is called, but MJ Dark or John Wolf had like recommended it, where it's like you take the actual Switch part out and you kind of stick it into like a holster, and then it's like a whole thing.
Yeah, you have like a connector in the middle, and you can make that a different controller.
And the thing is that like I hate having to do and buy all these different things to play it, with more comfort, but it's if they have something natively like that with the Xbox handheld, I would love it.
Yeah,
I'll be day one on it.
Gamsley and Fuzzy, I'll get your take in a minute. Gamsley, I see you're ready to get out. Please tell the fine folks. Give us your last takes on today's festivities, and tell the fine folks where we can keep up.
Yeah, all right. So I'm not gonna pimp out my stuff. I don't need to. This was lovely. Thank you for having me on. I'm actually gonna take my time in my outro to just give kudos to Flight Sim a little bit. All right, Flight Sim, harkening back. I used to be. I'm retired now, and I'm coaching, but I used to be an international para athlete. I used to fight in taekwondo competitions all around the world, and in my travels I visited many places across Asia and all that good stuff, Europe, and it was a great time. And the first time I picked up Flight Sim was to re-travel to all these places and just reminisce on those things, and I found that a great way to play it and to see what I've seen already in a different way, and I loved it. And that's that's the only thing I'm gonna freaking say about Flight Sim. But it's a great thing. I had fun with my time with it. Don't know how long I'm gonna pick it up for, but that's what I experienced with it, and it was a good time, a great time, and that's all I'm giving you. All right, Black Viking.
That's all I need, baby.
That's all I'm giving you. So, I love you guys.
That's where the black and the white Viking connected real quick.
Always. And that's all I'm going to say. The show was great. My top 3, always Fable, Doom, and my God, I put something else. Fable, Doom. Yeah, I forgot the third, but awesome showcase. Great panel guys today, and Paris Banjo Kazooie sucks. And yeah, all right. I'm out.
Wow.
I'm outie. Thank you guys.
Wow. All right, Gamsey, brother.
Take care, man.
Okay.
Peace.
And yes, Hargeet. I see Hargeet's in the chat. He wants a link. I will send you a link momentarily. We are rounding at the bottom of the episode, but I'll let you jump in here and get your final takes. Fuzzy, before we move on, and I have one last thing I actually wanted to discuss before we move on, sir. Let me ask you, what do you think? When will a handheld be upon us? And if and when are you day one, sir?
I was hoping that it was going to be closer to 2025 sometime, but if it's 2026, that's fine. But I'm already day one for Steam Deck 2. The thing that will change that is if Xbox can figure out a way to have the third-party stuff on there, kind of like what Viking had touched on. And I'm under the impression if they go with this ARM chip setup where it's going to be emulation anyway, allow us to natively install the console games on that handheld and then emulate them as a console game. But in my eyes, if that handheld can play all of the stuff that I have through my Xbox account natively on that device, that's great. And then if they open up the store to Steam so I can play my Steam stuff on there as well, that would be the perfect device. And then at that point, I don't need a Steam Deck 2. But that's
blasphemy right there. Blasphemy. Yeah.
But that would be the key thing. Like if it can blend both stores in that way, I think that's the way that they can avoid that whole third-party license thing that they've been trying to gnaw at and get a lot of these other publishers to do, like the Play Anywhere thing. There are a good bit that do it now, but the vast majority of them are like steadfast that I guess they want a bigger piece of the pie and stuff. Understandable, but yeah, if that emulation stuff can work where the console stuff can be installed natively, played on that device, looks at my entire library from Xbox One on, or any of the back compat stuff from, the first Xbox to the 360, that's the perfect device. Open up the store to Steam as well and allow my library on that same device. That would be pure heaven. And I won't need a Steam Deck 2. It would just be the Xbox device, but I'm hoping they go that route, but I really don't know if they're quite ready to do that type of emulation just yet.
Yeah, the devil's in the details, in the implementation. I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing how they actually think about implementing that.
Do you think? Do you think it's too okay? Let's go under the assumption that the Xbox handheld comes out in 2026. Okay, and then we got the Steam Deck 2 next year, and then we also have the Switch 2 next year. Do we think there's anything from the Switch 2 or Steam Deck 2 that might have them like thinking to add something, or that might delay the Xbox handheld even further? Like just something that they may be cooking that might have their devices being somewhat unique that they may look at, kind of similar to like when Phil Spencer talked about the DualSense and how he wanted to implement some features.
Sure. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
That they might decide that let's delay this just a little bit in order to add those things.
If there is magic there to be found, it'd be more probably from Switch and less most likely from Steam, from Valve, because AMD is AMD and they have the same foundry that makes all the others, right? Even though unless Valve switches to NVIDIA, which is doubtful, they're all going to continue to use AMD underlying architecture. And AMD, as good as they are, they basically keep modifying their existing, right? So Renoir, I think it's Renoir Vanguard is the chipset that Steam is using currently, and theirs is better than anybody else's, but it's still underlining the same. It's still the underlining architecture is still the Zen architecture that is on all these other devices. So I don't foresee them doing magic in the background that makes Microsoft go, oh, let's pump our brakes and let's incorporate something like that. But you never know what Nintendo does, right? How many times has Nintendo put their foot down and then everybody rushes to go follow, right? A la waggle controls that led to, what it led to, I wouldn't think that would happen now, because all of those people who went down that fool's gold errand have learned their lessons since that time. But hey, you never know, man. Nintendo has this magic. They could do that, right? What do y'all think?
The biggest magic I think Xbox could do. And I've had some people disagree with me, but because it would have one of the handhelds be a little bit more expensive, maybe like $200 or $300, probably more, is have it to be LTE 5G compatible, just like you have with iPods or iPads, right?
So to where the problem.
All right, go ahead, hit me with
it. The problem is, if it's really 5G, and I'm not talking about that faux 5G that they sell you,
right?
We're talking about real 5G. Your battery would last like 20 minutes. Like those things run hot.
Oh, word, do that?
Like,
okay.
Oh yeah. Like the millimeter wave 5G, the real proper, like home connection style 5G. Like I got a chance to test one in Rhode Island of all places, because they actually had Verizon has a network there that they were testing out. You stand under the right pole, and you're scrolling through your stuff, and you do a speed test, and it's like 3 gigs down. You're just like, oh my god! But as you're doing it, you're watching your battery life go like it is.
Really?
I mean, maybe this is next year we're talking about. Maybe 2 years from now, maybe optimizations happen. But as of right now, as I've seen it, like the real stuff has a huge hit to battery performance. Like huge
I didn't know that.
hit.
So
that's crazy.
What about
most of them they selling you are the faux 5G. That's why.
What the T-Mobile has the real 5G, right? Yeah. Okay.
The only one that I've seen that's real, the only real one that's real, like really real, is Verizon, and even their really real is in small cities. Most of them, the 5G you see on your phones is not like really 4G plus.
Yeah. I have a work phone that's Verizon. We got real 5G out here in the DMV, and I got T-Mobile as my personal. Like if I did a speed test, and I've done it before, side by side with the the Verizon hitting the 5G tower, it's like night and day. Like T-Mobile can't mess with it. Yeah.
Wow. Hey, question: what if, by the way, because we're talking about the devices that go to Black Vikings point, what if for the SKUs Microsoft did something like offer more premium versions, like the standard handheld, and then you got the higher end ones that can cost
You're gonna
more.
see that, bro. You're gonna see that in the world where they no longer have to subsidize cost. You will see premium stuff. Different. Yeah, like, because the reason why it couldn't be different before, and shout out to the man Hargeet Chani for joining us. We're rounding the bottom, but hey, he's here. It's a beautiful thing. Appreciate you, sir. You couldn't see that before because everything is subsidized, because they expect you to just have the simple price that everybody can have. But if they no longer have to take a loss on it, they will hand you some premium stuff. You'll pay premium price, but they can hand you some premium stuff at that point. So I foresee that world. I do. Let's move on a little bit. Hargeet, let me get your take on, and I know you've been paying attention and watching. Let me get your take on our conversation so far. Handheld. Yeah, and before we go, I will just say real quick, I want to talk to you guys about Avowed and their third-person footage. But let's put a pin in that.
Okay,
go ahead, Hargeet.
Okay, really, I have to go. But can I just say something for like 2 minutes?
Excellent. Go ahead.
Back on Flight Sim, I just want to help people out. Okay,
please.
I just want to help people out. They are gamifying the shit. That's PG-13. The shit out of this game to where you can have your own pilot career, right? So you do commercial flight, Red Wolf racing.
I saw you can escort around a rich asshole, as they say.
Right. You can do all
maybe I can fly Diddy out the country, stuff like that.
So I had to use a lot of third-party applications in order to do that on the PC, but now that's all going to be embedded. It's going to have, they always had dynamic weather, but now they're doing dynamic seasons, which is going to be really good. But I just want to help everybody out. playing on controller, I get it, right? But you can get you a Velocity 1 flight stick for about $150, and it's one of the best flight sticks out there that's affordable that you can do. Or you can get the Velocity 1 universal controller, which so heavy. Looks like this. Okay?
Look at that man. He's got it. He's doing it.
Yeah. All the buttons are programmable.
Yeah.
And it comes alongside with your thruster.
So let me show you what I do. This is my flight stick.
I used to have that.
Oh, this one.
This is
the Thrustmaster.
This is the Thrustmaster. It's old, but it's tried and true. I play with this.
That's a freaky device right there. Hold on.
Hold on. My COVID has killed my voice, but let me show the Thrustmaster. I'm sorry.
When you absolutely need to thrust everything.
This is the freakiest episode of the Game and Circle podcast ever.
Right. Lord,
he a fan. Hey, but I would highly recommend you guys pick even the Thrustmaster. I think that's like what, $70 now. Like
it's like $70-$80. I've had the OG one for a long time. Yeah. And it works great.
Yep. When it comes out, because you can plug all these, even that big one that I had right there, you can plug that into your Xbox One X or Series S. Works perfectly fine. All the buttons are programmable. You can buy the rudders as well. The one that I just showed was about $370, I believe. And that's whenever you really want to get into it. But there's a lot of stuff by Hostess that's way more expensive if you're really, really into it.
Oh, you want to go into it? You can buy like yourself a situation.
You can buy your own cockpit.
Indeed. Like, wow. And the screens, the whole night. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah,
it's crazy. But super interested to see who all
Viking. I love how much you love Flight Sim, bro. I think Flight Sim deserves way more attention, and most people just go, it's a similar. I love how much you love Flight Sim. So
well, I feel like it. Well, everybody I think just like gives it its flowers, right? As far as how well it looks, how good of a sim it is. I just now that they're gamifying it, I really want to promote it so more people can get on and enjoy just flying, man. Go into places that you want to go visit. Me and my wife used to tell me, it was like, we're going to, like when we lived in Norway, we were going to go camping in a fjord, probably like 60, 70 miles up, and we want to go see what it looked like versus like what it looks like on Google Maps. And I would fly there and land close by it and see like the surrounding area and stuff. It is literally one of the best sims. And probably I don't even think it's arguably, it is the best sim out there.
Yeah. So I'll put an honorable mention in. I love Flight Sim. I played Flight Sim a lot. Like the issue with Flight Sim for me was the gamification aspects of it. And what I used to do is and I love VR, so I put the VR glasses on. You can literally look around wherever you are. I teeter between Flight Sim and Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous is basically Flight Sim in space.
Elite Dangerous.
That's literally what that is. And it's just like you look at it, and there's cloud. I'm flying into the sun. I'm doing all this crazy, like it's a deep water to jump into. But it's mad fun if you get yourself, if you start one of these things, it's real cool.
And if you don't have VR, a lot of people have webcams, right? If you're on PC, what you can do is there's a third-party application. I think it'll still work on 2024, what I heard. It's called eye tracking. So like whenever you move your head slightly, it'll move the screen.
It'll move it with it.
And it's great. It's fantastic. So if you have like an ultra wide or like a good large curved monitor, you can't beat it, man. But yeah, all right, I've bored the panel enough. I've bored it enough.
You have not. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not following the Black Viking or are not watching the Longhouse Gaming Podcast, you are doing it wrong, as the great Boomstick says. Please follow this man. He brings so much joy and energy to the space. Newer podcast, but came big, brought it. He's been bringing it with his partners from day one. They're getting great follows. They're getting great views, and as they should, well-deserved. Sir, I appreciate you being here as always. We in the background working things out. He's on a team, man. He's a partner. So
we need to talk about that too. I want to hear your feedback.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, absolutely. We will talk We will talk some more. And hey, maybe at PAX West, you're gonna roll up to the man, the Black Viking, take a photo with him, tell him how positive his contribution to the community is. You know what I mean? So yes, absolutely.
After I beat up Paris, my knuckles.
You better catch Viking before he meets Paris, because he might not look the same way after he's done. I'm just saying.
Y'all have no faith in me. I see how it is. All right. Y'all don't know where I'm from, bro.
Stop the black on black violence, bro. Stop it.
All right, man.
I'm trying to keep you looking beautiful, bro. I'm trying to keep you looking pretty.
Listen, a few scars never hurt nobody. You know.
There you go.
But y'all, thanks for having me on, man. And gang.
It is a pleasure, bro. It is a pleasure, brother. We'll have you back on soon. Have a good brother.
All right, peace out, guys.
Later, Viking.
Peace out, man.
So, Hargeet, sir, you are the late entrance into the game. We are around 3 hours. After you get your take, I have one last question, and then we'll get out of here. But, sir, what do you think, man? What do you think?
So first, I came here for Everborn. And
of course.
Okay, sir.
Of course. Yeah. He came to run.
Vogue on him.
Keep going. Enough of that. Stop it. Enough voguing for one day. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as the what is the next hardware going to be? Look, I think the next gen is going to be about AI. I think
we spoke, you and me together. We spoke with Jay Ronald. We tried, but it's hard to get to bleed from that stone.
I let you do that, and I'm like, I'm going to talk about other things because I want to find other answers. But whatever. Look, I think the next gen, it's not about graphics because we're already there. I think the graphics already are stunning. Yes, you can get maybe a slight bit better, but honestly, I don't know if people are going to notice. Like, you look at Hellblade, it looks like ridiculous. Look at all the games we just saw; they look ridiculous. I think the next gen, it's about AI, and when they have that capability built in, look, it's starting to roll out for Windows soonish. It was supposed to roll out like next week, but I guess it's being delayed. But that is going to be the thing. And once Microsoft kind of nails that down, that technology is going to go into their handheld, their next gen console, whatever it's going to be.
Real quick, speaking of handhelds, I found a new mod, and this is for my handheld brothers out here, which I'm still investigating. But I was in a Discord and we were talking about it. Somebody was showing it off. I think it's called Luke Z FSR3 mod. Dude was playing Cyberpunk 2077, right? And when I say he was playing Cyberpunk 2077, ultra settings without ray tracing, 60 frames per second on a handheld with a mod to FSR that they'd implemented. And this is community implemented. So if that is possible, we are right on the cusp of greatness when it comes to these. So to your point, Hargeet, diminishing returns. There is no more pushing of graphics that you can do. It's now about optimizations and about tightening things up, making things run as seamlessly as possible. I do agree with you.
But adding the NPU into the mix to give you native capabilities to do things that are just dynamic, right? I bump into somebody in Elder Scrolls 6, and then 3 hours later he comes back with a posse saying, "Yo, you bumped into me. I'm here to kill you." Right? Things that just weren't normal, right? And that would be specific to your game. Your game, it just would do just that thing, right? That kind of thing is what we could get with AI capabilities built in, and that's the kind of thing I think will be the next evolution of gaming, or if you want to call it the revolution, the next gen feature that you'll see.
What you say there, real quick, he's saying DLSS blows FSR out the water. Absolutely, it does. No doubt. That's why you're talking. That's why you're talking to a NVIDIA GeForce gamer. But that's because they have an unfair, well, not unfair, but they have an advantage in that they are hardware based, whereas DLSS is software based, and any other card can use it. The FSR, I should say, FSR doing that moves us all forward far more than DLSS ever will. Right? What DLSS is doing, even though I appreciate it because I use it, is they are selling their hardware. Whereas what FSR is doing is making sure that the future game will literally have those optimizations to be used by all. Doesn't matter what hardware you have, right? And that moves us all forward. So that's why I really appreciate what FSR is doing. It's slow going these days, but they're getting better all the time, and it's respectful what they're doing over there.
Hey, let's keep it a buck. It's Dollar General. It's Dollar General upscaling, okay, man. It's Dollar Tree upscaling. It is Walmart upscaling. It is any basement dwelling upscaling. It's getting better, but it's taking forever. Taking forever so long that Sony created an upscaler with the worst name possible.
You mean the pisser?
The pisser. I mean, Xbox is doing. Everyone's just like, you know what? Thank you for trying. We're just going to do our own thing now because you took forever and the games look ugly because of your upscaler. So we're just going to do our own thing now. That's FSR. Look, I'm glad you guys can use it in your handhelds to get somewhat of a possible capable frame rate.
Ultra settings, and those who know what I'm talking about. Ultra settings running Cyberpunk over 70 something frames per second on a 7840U handheld. That is unheard of. And
don't drive a car though.
Like I saw it with my own eyes. No ghosting. It runs right. It really runs right. Like FSR 3 is doing really good. Like they are.
Oh, come on now. No ghosting.
I am telling you, they have come a long way. I play GeForce. I play with DLSS on my 4090 liquid cooled over here all the time, right? And then on the handheld, you have to deal with what they have on the FSR side, right? And I'm telling you, while I know the DLSS is better, obviously, because I use it all the time, FSR is coming a long way. I'm telling you, it really is.
I didn't know they solved the ghosting issue because if you move 5 feet, it's like for 6 of you. As soon as you move to the side, it's not
that bad anymore. There's a lot of updates. Yes.
I'll give it a whirl on
the slander
Cyberpunk.
Traverses.
I'll give it the whirl on Cyberpunk on my 4080 Super and check out FSR and see.
It's not as bad.
I'll switch back to
DLSS. Now, don't compare it to DLSS because it's better, obviously. But FSR has come a long way.
Intel's XeSS is better.
In some games, yes. In some games, I find that not in all games, but in some games.
But check out Hardware Unboxed did a comparison of XeSS when they did their 1.3 update a month or so ago. They did a comparison between. They didn't compare it with DLSS because it was just like why bother, right? But they compared it to FSR and it came out. Well, most games came out on top. It wasn't all, but most games they did.
Okay. Yeah. So before we get out of here, because I think we're gonna run long soon. Before we run long here all the time. Anyway, before we get out of here, I had this last question that I wanted to bring to the congregation, right? As I've been talking about it on this show, I feel like, and I don't necessarily feel that way, but there have been talk of Microsoft, and there's a side conversation that I was going to bring up, but I'm gonna leave that one to the slanderers. I'll leave that alone. I feel like they threw so many hits at us during the showcase that maybe some of them got lost in the shuffle, or some of them maybe frequency, shitty resolution. Really? One slow-mo backslide? Okay.
I just left it in the chat. I didn't have to. I was trying. You was doing your little monologue into the next topic. I just want to throw one more shout out there. You didn't have to say it, but you knew it's true. So that's why you said it.
No, I didn't. But
you said it was true.
I said it because I appreciate good slander, so that's why I said it. You know who I roll with. I appreciate good slander. Anyway.
In that case, it was libel, I think, right? Because it was written.
Yes. Needless to say, I feel like a lot of attention was skipped over some of these because some of the big dogs took all the attention away. Avowed was such a big hit in previous showcases. In this one, it came and went. People went okay and moved on, right? And then I found out later that the Xbox official podcast had a show with Tina and Malik. Yes, I call them by their first name because I met them. Ridiculous. Anyway, very nice people. Got a chance
my
to meet
gosh, this guy. You know, like my personal friends. You know.
Hey man. Hey man. Hey man. Do you know what I did?
Together,
do you know what I did? I am channeling Infinite Umbra in his 4080 superiority. I'm every time he does that, I'm like, oh God, PC people just got cringy. Oh no, what are we doing? Anyway,
y'all just got cringy. Oh my! You never seen these
we used to get on Umbra for his trash PC for so long. Let that man.
Now he's got to take his victory laps. He's taking his victory laps.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys saw this. They showed, as you see on the screen here, third person Avowed. I kind of feel like this is the way it should have been shown off in the first place.
Yes.
Am I wrong in this? Go ahead, Slow-Mo. What are your thoughts?
Like And I was somewhat surprised. I know this is like a spinoff from the Pillars of Eternity, which is asymmetric view. And I know like you look at the Outer Worlds, that's first person perspective. But like I when I first saw it, I'm outside of like some of the animations looked like they needed some work. I was just a tad disappointed it was in first person perspective. Them providing the option is awesome, and something that I've always been concerned with whenever there's an option of first person and third person perspective, it seems like a lot of times first person perspective gets more love, and the third person perspective looks weird with like motion matching. With the physics, with sometimes just turning, you'll see like the upper body turn.
They want to keep
the lower body, and the lower body is still facing the wrong direction. You're just like, y'all, you just did third person without any love to it. But this looks like they made they put some effort in. It looks like third person with some love to it. That's how I'm going to play the game.
Yeah,
and I'm glad that choice is there.
How about you, Fuzzy? So like, did you think that the game got short shrift in this showcase? And what are your thoughts on this third person view? Like, does this redeem it in any way? What do you think?
I was fine with it being in first person, but third person is like my preferred way to play most games and things. Because like, especially if you're going to have different armor and gear or stuff like that, I'd rather see how you spec out your character while playing it, kind of thing. It probably didn't get enough attention because it was in the showcase trailer and they went into a little bit of a deeper dive, but I think a lot of stuff that us as fans have not necessarily criticized but have requested in a lot of games, like there was that whole deal even with Starfield about being first person. Is it going to be third person, or at least have the option like most other Bethesda games? And we've seen the same thing, the same conversation come up with Indiana Jones, where it's like a bit of both depending on the scene and stuff. But having this in third person, I'm even happier about it. But I don't think enough attention was called to it. But I do know I will probably wind up switching back to first person to see the hand magic stuff, as far as like when you're casting some of the spells and you have like that magic wheel or like purple or green around your hands and stuff, almost like the way what was that Tokyo, the other game from I can't even name it.
Ghostwire.
Ghostwire Tokyo.
Love that. Yes.
So
very, very good.
I'll probably be switching back and forth between casting those spells to first person and then everything else, especially like the sword combat and stuff like that. I'll probably switch back to third person. So it's great that they have this feature. Would love to see a lot more games, at least offer that option. But a cool feature that kind of flew under the radar.
Right. I mean, I don't know why the heck they didn't show this and make a big splash at this showcase with this. It would to fight for its place in people's minds. Because if you saw this in third person, it would have been like, hey man, did you know this was also third person? This, like, showing this to me anyway, showing this on this podcast, while great, most people won't even know that this exists as a feature. What do you think, Umbra?
Yeah, sorry. For me, I think like I agree with that, but at the same time, I feel like the third person is still working out the kinks. I don't think even when it switched, it felt like, okay, it's there. but is it fully worked out? And maybe that's why they didn't show it, because it's not.
So it's still primarily supposed to be first person, and that's why they showed it that way.
And they just haven't ironed out the kinks, right? It's not quite ready for prime time, as they would say. So they'll get that right by the time it launches. Maybe that's probably the case too. And for like what Fuzzy pointed out, and for like what Fuzzy pointed out, I have a bunch of friends who said the same thing. Like, I prefer games like this where I can see my armor and changes, and I get that 100%. And I feel like that too, because I'm kind of an aesthetic thought when it comes to that type of stuff too. I like
the mushroom head dudes are really like upsetting me. I don't know why. They just I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know, man.
No, but yeah, like,
exactly.
But no, I feel that though, on an aesthetic point, when you're playing games like this, you do kind of want to style yourself out. I get that, but at the same
King
time,
of the drip over here.
You want to be dripped out, right? But at the same time, I feel like one of my Mount Rushmores is Oblivion, Elder Scrolls Oblivion. So you could switch between, obviously, but I typically just played in first person and kept it moving, even though I would, get dripped out and everything in there too.
Yes, sir.
First person just felt right for it. So I think it's going to be the same with this. And I do really trust Obsidian when it comes to crafting a really good, solid world and character. So that's the bigger thing for me, is just that. And hopefully they have the combat right, because it's improved for sure, as we can see from the last time we saw it. But I just want to make sure that is ironed out well. And on the hand sign thing, that is a slight disappointment, if I'm going to be honest, because when we first saw that, our thoughts was it going to be some of this? Do you all remember that Naruto game where you had to move the thumbsticks together to form a hand sign
to make hand signs? Yes.
Do jutsus. That's kind of the thought we got when we first saw this, and it's been dumbed down to just pressing the button.
A button press.
Yeah. And like Bussy was saying, Ghostwire, you had to do those commands too. So I would have liked for them to do that. I think it would have really elevated it outside of what it is to a kind of that next level. But maybe for the sequel.
So Hargeet, man, what are your thoughts, man? Like, so as you can see, at least in my opinion anyway, the graphics look so much more improved here. I think maybe, me personally, I think maybe what's working against the game is that it is stylized. And because of that, in a world where you have this crazy looking AAA realistic thing versus another with Doom shredding skulls and all of this, that this game kind of got lost in the shuffle a little bit. But I don't know. I might, after all these showcases lapse, I might find myself playing this game far more than originally considered. And I like that it's in third person. I feel like maybe it should have been given a bit more room to breathe at the showcase. What are your thoughts?
I think, unfortunately, from a showcase perspective, you should just expect that this is going to kind of be the way, because there's no way they can show you less now that they're kind of in their churn mode. You're going to get 15 plus every year. That's just kind of the way it is from first party. They just have to. Just as like I just did a video on this, is like 5 or 6 just live service game updates. So you're going to have something like this maybe get overshadowed. But that's, it's up to them to create the excitement when the game is releasing, so that you get like that, hey, I want to actually get into this. And supposedly this is November. We don't know if that's official yet, but that kind of got leaked that this will come out in November. As far as first and third, they did a little snippet in the trailer that they had in the showcase where you're in third person mode.
They did? I don't remember seeing it. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, it's like a 2 seconds where you're walking in third person mode.
Okay.
But they didn't call it out. And to your point, I think that is something that they probably should have just had a little graphic saying play in first or third person, right? Just whatever. It's just a little thing to let people know, hey, this does exist. You can swap between them. So I think it would have been a good call out there. Thankfully, they did call it out later. With the more in-depth look at it. I think maybe when it gets closer, they'll probably have another thing about it, right? To tell you more about the game. And at that point, maybe we do get to see all the features and whatnot, capabilities. But yeah, I think it would have been a good idea to have it in that trailer. They showed it. You could just have, right, while they're showing that, play in first or third person, right? That would have been kind of nicer to have that little blurb there, so that people know, hey, I can swap between that. That's pretty cool, right? Ultimately, I think it's going to be more about selling you on what the game is, right? And some of the deep dive did that. Maybe there'll be more when it comes closer to release. But yeah, I mean, hopefully people don't overlook these things as far as the game. But like we're in this mode now where they're dumping a lot of games at the end of the year where that could happen, and hopefully it doesn't because there are different genres. But that is a problem that they're kind of going to have to deal with now, right? Hopefully they space things out going into next year instead of having everything come out in the fall. It'd be better if they, in January you have this, March you have this, stuff like that, instead of just you get Hellblade in May and then wait till fall and you get all these games. That's not a good model for what they're doing. Yep. So, but either way, I think the first third, it's kind of cool that they have both. I'll probably still play in first. I just tend to like first.
Me too. See, kind of like Starfield, where they offered the first and third. I find myself playing in third generally, and then when a fight breaks out, I switch to first, and it turns into an FPS. And I like the dynamism of that, right? But I don't know what surprises me, and I guess that is the reason I bring this up, because when this was first shown off, it was the one last thing. It was the thing that no one could stop talking about. Wow, what a game. Avowed looks amazing. And now it's like, it's also this will be good. Same thing with Indiana Jones. Oh, it's amazing. And now it's like, we'll play it.
And all you guys were like piling on indie as a property, and I'm like, does that ever come up when you have a new game with a different protagonist? Nobody cares. Just play the game, have fun.
But see, that's the thing, and that's the interesting thing that Paris brought up. Like, is this game by itself good enough to stand on its own if it didn't have that protagonist, or is this just member berries the game? Hey, remember this guy? Remember you like this guy? You know what I mean? You remember you like this guy? Remember you like this show, right? It
comes down to good storytelling, right? It shouldn't matter. It should just be like, hey, I'm telling you a self-contained story. If you happen to know background lore, great. If you don't, doesn't matter. Right? You can play the game.
It should be good on its own. Absolutely.
Yep.
So okay, I think I'm going to end it here. But Hargeet, since you were the last one to jump in, and you were my brother in arms during this whole show, the showcase stuff. Like, let's speak a little bit to the experience, and then we'll get out of here. I can't say it enough. Like, all the amazing people that we got to meet. I know you do it every year. You've gotten a chance to do it a few years now. This was my first experience. I still have stars in my eyes from all the, and not from meeting executives or anything, but from meeting Luke Lore, from meeting yourself, from meeting Ains, from meeting like freaking Fonz. Fonz was the best, man. Like so many people. It was just so much fun. Dante Moody was amazing. The man behind all the podcasts, the man who is quietly the reason why we all look and sound so good, which is the great Sean LeBray. He was there. You know what I mean? Like, all these people were there. And like, as great as the showcase was, and it was a great showcase, I think we can all say, bar none, one of the better showcases we've seen in, however many years we've been watching this E3 of Dreams thing. But that was not my highlight of this trip. It was meeting all the people and having drinks and getting sloshy in the middle of the night and having these really interesting chats and all this stuff. It was mad cool, right? So how has your experience been? And please talk me into letting all of these fine people know that they should all be putting it in your budget, man. Y'all gonna need to come through. You need to come through. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a little tiring, but beyond that, it is still a lot of fun to get out there, meet up with all the people that you see. We see each other on these, video call, essentially video calls with these podcasts, right? Instead of being in the same room, like we can go to dinner, chat about things. It's just a different vibe. But the other thing is, you're seeing all of the industry that's doing all this stuff, right? Whether it's catching up with people who create the games, who critique the games, so even like IGN or other media people, and then talking to people from these platforms, right? They're there as well, and you get to talk to them and get their perspectives, see what you can find out from them as far as where their head's at. It's just a different thing to do. Like, and if you really are in this world, it really is kind of cool to get out there, and that way you can kind of see what's going on. Just also watching the showcase, like as we've done many times, we watch some of these showcases on a party chat. Just consider that with everybody in a large room with like 1,000 people, right? That's what you get when you're watching. Like Summer Game Fest is probably like several thousand people all in an arena, right? It's a theater, and you get to watch the reveals at the same time. You can get people's reactions kind of right there, right? The Xbox Showcase with FanFest. I'd love for them to take that, by the way, back to being a live thing that you have several thousand people. That'd be awesome. But that is just one of those things that it's a group experience. I tried to record it for everybody, right? So everybody can go to my channel and check out the recordings of each one. I think you got a couple as well, right? Case out there, right? So that you can just see, hey, we show Avowed. Okay, what's the reaction from the crowd for
the
Avowed?
Excitement for the crowd. How there was not a dry eye in the room when Gears was shown off, Yeah,
so
absolutely,
exactly the kind of thing, right? And so, but that is a shared experience. It's really cool. And then you get to talk about it right there, right? You're there and you're talking about, well, what did you think? How did you and you get different experiences from different people, and like it's a different vibe when you're out there. I definitely recommend at least once you should go out there, meet everybody. It's just a way to kind of connect, and then also just expand your connections as far as industry people, right? You can talk to people like Tina or Malik, and they're out there. You can just chat with them. And
great people. We sat down. We had an interesting conversation. We told them how great the work they do. Malik is everywhere. He's hosting FanFest, like doing the community games and all this other stuff. Tina, as you may know, is the one that put on the show. Her and her team basically put on all of what you saw, the fast-paced movement, the no casting couch, as they say. All that was her purview. So yeah, absolutely. Get to shake the hands of the people that make the stuff you love. It was cool.
Yeah,
it was super cool.
So hopefully that's a good pitch. I mean, you get to see a lot of the people that you watch, and also you get to meet with the industry people. So it's a good mix. Try to come out there. It is action packed. So at times you'll be like kind of tired because you're gonna go to bed like after midnight and get up at like 6 a.m. to get on to the next thing. So you'll just have to kind of deal with that. But hey, that's the point, right? You're getting out there to take advantage of every minute of it and try to get as much out of it as you can. Some people try to bring their gaming systems and stuff like that. I don't even bother. I don't even bother.
It was not necessary.
I'm out the entire time. Right, I barely get back to my hotel room. It's really just like go to sleep and then go back. Right, and that's kind of what it should be. Right, you really want to have all of it, booked, ready to roll. Get all the things you can get out of it. If you can get it as media, you actually do get to see some of these games as well. Right, so things that are coming out in NDA mode. Right, you get to check out what's going on. In some cases, you get to write about it. You'll have what's the you're blocked until blocked until what's that the word for that?
There
what I mean?
Well, say that again.
Embargo,
yeah, exactly. Yes, embargo days. But you get to create all the content and then have it ready for embargo. Right, so that's kind of another cool thing you get to do if you can get in as media on any one of these events. But yeah, it's definitely a cool thing to do. If you're a community person, try to get out there as well. IGN FanFest, by the way, was the IGN Live was pretty good. And it was.
I was saying that before. Yeah,
but yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah. Check it out. Right?
So before we get out of here, I put a quick poll in the chat, and I want to talk to the community a little bit. Just kind of bear with me here real quick. Like I as I've said, I still have stars in my eyes from this whole experience, and I think it's beautiful. I've been talking to the brothers, talking to the heads of state in this gaming community in the background, and we have some ideas, right? And this poll speaks to that. IRL events in your city. Are you interested? Right? And the options are hell yeah, you are interested. No way, you're not interested. Or option C, how much will it cost me? Okay. Now the reason why I put that up in there, and you can vote your pieces. I think, like I said over and over again, the highlight of my event was not the actual showcase. It was meeting all these content creators. It was meeting some of y'all in the community that came up to talk to me, and we had a great conversation. Like it was just getting the chance to meet people that you chat with all the time. So it had me thinking, why not do that? right? I've been meaning to go visit my brother Umbra in Chicago. Why not just say, hey, we're all going to Chicago in 6 months or whatever. We'll pick a venue, we'll pick a spot, we'll work out the logistics, right? And then you come, you meet us, right? Maybe there'll be a small cost because the venue will ask, so free drink or whatever, and then it'll cover the cost or whatever. We will work out those logistics, but then you get a chance to come, and it won't be like that con idea where you're sitting behind a desk and people show up and they give you an autograph. No, we are in the spot. You come, you hang out, we chat, we talk games. We might even do a podcast there if possible, right? I want to start that in real life energy going more and more, right? So, I'm trying to gauge the community. You guys power this show. The members that are in this chat power this show. I appreciate you guys so much. You don't know, you're the reason why I was able to go to LA, because I already booked to Germany, right? So you helped me get to LA. So I want to do this because I feel like it would take this whole community to a different level if we can say, hey man, next 3 months, we're going to Chicago. In a couple months, we'll go to New York. We're going here, we're going there. And we build the logistics, we build the groundwork, right? You go there and maybe we're at a barcade, maybe we're someplace where we all can meet. We'll put some framework around it, right? And then y'all can come in the spot and we can have a good time. And it'll always be, like, if there is cost, it'll always be just to make sure we can put this thing on, and it won't be for profit or anything like that, because that's not what this is about. It's literally about just getting to meet the community and getting to do that. And obviously, the more we do that and the more people jump in and the bigger we get in that, maybe then we can ask developers to come show their wares. Maybe we can ask other people to come show their wares. Go ahead.
We talked about this before, Kay, and I love the idea for sure. And one of the ways of doing it is it's got to come down, as unfortunate as it might sound, to funding. Mm-hmm. But if we had like a central funding where everybody could put into that type of thing to rent out,
I see what you're doing, sir.
I see what you're doing, sir. You see what going that route would help.
Putting the steps on. Maybe, ladies and gentlemen, and shout out to the 287 people that are still in here rocking with us on both the Twitters and on the YouTube spread across. Appreciate y'all for continuing to rock with us. Maybe you will start seeing some of that from us. Maybe there may be funding sources. Maybe there'll be a Patreon or something that we will start setting up for the purposes of funding this kind of endeavor, right? Yep. And when we come to your city, we will reach out to all your favorite content creators and we'll say, hey, roll with us. Maybe they'll be able to, maybe not, but we'll be open to all of that, right? It's not just us doing that.
Yeah. Have it as our own version of a IGN Live, right?
This and have all the people in these we chats can do it for ourselves, right? Mm-hmm. And you don't feel the need to always have to, we're all going to LA where it is expensive. Let's not get it twisted. It is expensive, okay? This will come to your local city. You can drive up. You can take the bus. You can meet us there, right? This is what I want to do, and I want to get y'all feelings on it. I see the chat is pretty well on our side here, right? We have 11% saying no way. So far, we have 47 votes. Vote in that chat. Let me hear your voice, please. If you have the opportunity to, tell me what you think, or if you prefer, contact me in the DMs. Give me your thoughts on the matter. I literally want to make this thing something that we can add to the repertoire. I see you in there, Abdel. Shoot, I would be in Nederland day one. I would love to do that. I would love to one day say, yo, the next trip is Adam. Y'all coming through or what? That would be fantastic. Oh my God, that'd be the greatest thing. But we got to work up to something like that, right? So tell me what you think, man. Hit me up in the DMs. If there's ideas you have, I want to know. You know what I mean? I want to work on something like this. I want to start a Patreon possibly. We maybe, obviously, if you join our Patreon, in addition to all of this, we'll look to give you perks in a certain way, maybe different shows you won't see on Gen Pop. You know what I mean? We'll work all those logistics out. But I want y'all to give me your feedback. This will only work if this is something that is powered by us, the community, to make us get this done. Then I'll reach out to Umbra and be like, hey man, in 6 months we'll come to Chicago, get us a venue. He'll work out those logistics. We'll go there and we'll all be in the spot. Maybe make a weekend of it. We don't know. We're trying to get this thing to work. So I appreciate y'all for being here. Mr. Infinite Umbra, sir, tell the fine people where they can find you. I appreciate you being here. Short notice, as y'all know, Mr. Everborn Saga was called away for business reasons. So I had to call in the Avengers, and they do not disappoint. I appreciate you being here, sir. Tell the fine people the fix was amazing over the weekend, or last week. Tell where people can reach out to you and spark up more conversations, man.
Yes, absolutely. Kay, you threw out the the bat signal, so to speak, or in this case, I guess a symbol line, as you will, for the Avengers here. We answered, man, quickly, because you are worthwhile to come and support. And so we say this, and it sounds like we're just blowing your head up, but pause. But this is true. You deserve this praise. The head part. I had to correct. I'm sorry. It's been a freaky show.
You had lost me, and then you said that and it came back.
It's been a freaky show today. I had to correct myself on the spot. I'm sorry.
There's all kinds of DNA all over this podcast.
Wow. Okay. Lord help us.
I had to correct. Everywhere. I'm sorry.
Blue light everywhere.
But no, brother. Anytime you need us to come through, you know we're here for you. Always. You guys run a great podcast. Today was a really good day. It was a great discussion. This just had fun, pure fun. It felt like
man,
just a party chat with great friends. That's what it felt like today. So anytime I can come through and help out, I'm always there for you. And I definitely want to come and meet you guys next year at the Summer Game Fest. I know that the way I said that sounded weird too, and if we could get something set up, like you said, for the venues to come through and just meet everybody like you guys in the chat, and have us all congregate amongst ourselves as gamers, doing for gamers, that would be really dope. And I hope that we can actually push that initiative forward. As far as myself, you can find me on Twitter X, Infinite Umbra, or Umbra Infinite. You'll find me either way. Tuesdays on Boom's Xbox Factor at 12 Eastern. My show, The Fix, on Thursdays at 8 Eastern. And the Infinite Podcast with myself, Risk It for the Biscuit, that blue number, who gets out those coins, by the way, from Ben Kenobi.
Amazing. Yes, sir.
And my brother Dante Moody, often at times Garuda, and but if he's not being chased by that guy that wants the cake. But so I'll see Hargeet popping them all. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you guys for being here with us and holding us down, supporting K and Everborn. So
appreciate you, man. And how about you, Fuzzy Belvedere? We appreciate you also jumping in always with the great takes, always even keeled, even when he's a ninja and he's cutting people. Very, very cool. Collected as usual. Appreciate you being here, sir. Tell the people where they can keep up with all your ongoing, sir.
As always, greatly appreciate the invite. Always great being on your podcast. Shout out to Paris. Shout out to Everborn. Shout out to Viking. I know I'm probably missing someone. Shout out to Gamsley as well, that was on here earlier.
There's a lot of people here.
Yeah, this was a nice roundtable kind of conversation, and always appreciate it. Always appreciate being on with Umbra and Hargeet and you, Slow Mo. Love you guys' takes as well, and same thing for UK. For those that love hearing my rambles and rants on anything gaming related, just follow me on the app formerly known as Twitter at Fuzzy_Belvedere. I don't think there's a Pixelated Echoes tomorrow night. Family emergency, understandably. But I might make an appearance on the Gamers Council tomorrow at 7. So check that out with Web Dave and Game Pass Daily, or Retri, as he's better known as. And then you can always find me on Double Barrel Gaming for Xbox Lunch Break Special, as well as FSP on Fun Speculations channel on Monday, 12 noon for Double Barrel Gaming, and then 10 p.m. Eastern time for Fun Speculations channel. But always love your guys' ideas, and I would definitely be for a like local meetups or something along those lines. As far as like, even if it's not like a PAX East or something like that, definitely going to try to do Game Fest or Summer Game Fest and Fan Fest next year. Just knew I wasn't going to be able to do it this year with the cruise and stuff, but great idea. Look forward to it. Yeah, count me in.
How about you, Slow Mo? It's great to always have you here. Whenever my other slanderous one leaves slander shortages, you are here to fill that gap, sir. Pause.
I'm great at filling gaps. That's what I do.
Lord help me. Oh, this is that show. Oh man, I walked right into that one, didn't I? Yes, I did.
Yeah. So did she. No, I'm kidding. Maybe no. It was a great show. Had an awesome time as usual. Yeah, anytime I can come through and just chill with the fellas and just talk games while also having a good time is always appreciated. Thanks for the invite once again. Awesome chat as usual. Awesome, even better panel. The panel is awesome, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend and play some games. Hit me up with my co-host Gaming Forte, Damage Per Second Podcast.
Gaming Forte, yes,
the great Gaming Forte. Damage Per Second Podcast Thursday nights 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hit us up on the DPS channel. We won't talk too badly about you. At least not the first time you come through. The second time I can't. After then we're gonna be going in. But the first time,
he has a 24-hour rule. The first time he'll get you the glass. After 24 hours, you know where the fridge at. Go ahead.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Make your own Kool-Aid.
Appreciate you being here, sir. As usual, always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, man. And of course, last but certainly not least, the great Hargeet Chani, who's making people jealous, showing those coins, the fanfest of which no one can get unless you were at fanfest. So that's not cool, man. Don't be cruel. That's not cool. I appreciate you, man. But thank you for being here. Thank you so much. And yeah, let people know. I know you're starting your own initiatives now. You got the YouTube channel. Hopefully more people can start subscribing to you. I see people in the chat advocating that you get yourself a podcast of your own as quickly as possible. Hey man, why don't you think about that? Possible. But yeah, tell the people where they can find you and all the things that they can keep up with on your channel.
Yeah, so my channel is Hargeet Chani 1 on YouTube, so you can subscribe if you want to. Also, I do have a book out. It's called Emergence. You can go here to shop.chani.us and pick it up if you want. It has the links to Barnes & Noble and Amazon and whatnot. Or if you want a signed copy, you can buy a signed copy as well. So check that out. And yeah, tomorrow I'll be on
reading that book.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll be on
book, for real
on Fawn's Gaming's channel for Games Talk Live. We'll have D on as well to kind of go over our thoughts of what the showcase was. Fawn's usually is the most critical of all these things, and he was smiles from ear to ear. He loved that showcase. As a little preview, he was very happy after that showcase. So we'll definitely have a lot of fun breaking that down tomorrow. So check that out, 6 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Fawn's Gaming. So we'll see you guys there.
Thanks for having me so much for being here, man. No,
and allowing me to slander you on behalf of Everborn Saga.
Oh, bro, it is what it is, man. It's fine. And speaking of the great Everborn Saga, he's asking who is going to be at NYCC this year, because I think the man got a booth. He will be there pimping the Everborn Saga wear. So salute to you, sir, and of course appreciate Everborn Saga for being able to jump in.
I don't know if he heard it or not, so I'm gonna run it again for him.
Oh, here we go.
Exposed.
Bro, there ain't no shame in my game, bro. You play a song, I'm gonna dance. It is what it is. I'm sorry. He says he got a booth and he'll be on the main floor, so you got to come check him out. Salute to that man. It's awesome that he was able to get in there. So before we get out of here, let me make sure that once again everybody knows the winners of these here Gears of War coins, the great Gears of War coins made by the awesome Ben Kenobi, and of course distributed by the lovely Holly, that blue number. The winners are Erodimus, Kusanagi. I always say that wrong. Kusanagi, right? Kusanagi. What's wrong with me? Kusanagi. Apologies. I will remember that next time. Shine Films, and last but not least, the Black Rider. So y'all won that. Please hit me up in the DMs, and when you do, I'll make sure I get all the information and send it your way so that we send that thing to you post haste. But salute to y'all. I appreciate y'all for playing the game. Appreciate y'all for competing in this. But it has been a great time. I appreciate y'all being here. I'm serious when I say I wanna do this IRL situation. Hit me up if you want to have more conversations about that in the background. I want to work it out. Yeah, there will be people. So before we go, it's 70 people voted. 70% say hell yeah. 10% say no, hell no. and 20% say, how much will it cost me? How much will it cost you? Well, it depends on the venue, right? It depends on where we go. It depends on what we choose. I like a little inside baseball in my head. I'm thinking like, you know, if we do like a barcade, we also hand everybody a free drink voucher. We hand everybody, you know, you could play this game, play that game, that kind of thing. All
you
that
also,
would be in the
you
mix.
can also do it where you guys pay into your position, right? Let's say it's $100. You give $10 or whatever a month or whatever, and you can get it until that you reach that threshold. You can do it all
those logistics will be worked, but the key though is in order for us to move this thing forward, I'd want to make sure that we have buy-in from a lot of folks so that we don't like, you know, get the venue paid for and all that, and then we don't have the amount of folks that we wanted to. We want it to be super successful, and it's FUBU, baby, for us by us, right? So there'll be more there to talk about, but I'm putting it out into the ether. I'm putting it out into the world because I want y'all to know this is what I'm thinking about. And if you guys are interested in it, like I am interested in it, please speak on it. Reach out to me. Let's talk about it. I want this thing not to die. I want it to live on, and I want it to turn into something. But I appreciate all y'all for being here. Paris Lily, Gamsley being here, you know, the Black Viking and his representation of Flight Sim. Lord, let's not forget his representation of Flight Sim, you know. All the super chats. And on that point, the last super chat of the day, JD Gamer with a $5 super chat saying, I'd rather her the power be in the okay. I'd rather have the power be in the hands of the community than in Jeff's hands, and maybe even do a community community award show or something. Sir, you are seeing into the future. You are picking. You're grabbing into our brains, and you're picking out ideas that some of us may or may not have already thought of. So yes, these are the walking before we crawl, the crawling before we walk before we run. All those great ideas, but we're testing the waters right now. We want to see how much of y'all want to go on this ride with us. But yes, great ideas, sir. Great ideas. You know, we may be sick and tired of what we see out there. You know, maybe we be the change we want to see in the community, right? Maybe we do that. So I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. COVID or no, I was able to handle it. We are like almost 4 hours. This podcast tradition never fails. But yes, it has been a great show.
You may as well hit that 4 hour mark, Kay. You got 1 minute to go.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I'll leave somebody to be slanderous real quick before we get out of here.
Play the Exposed again, Hargeet. We'll dance it off.
Here we go.
And we out of here, ladies and gentlemen. No, we're not there. Not yet.
Play the guys.
I've always loved this song. It's hilarious. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, have a good rest of your day. Go check out more podcasts. Go check out more of the gaming conversations. There's a lot of excitement in the air. Go check out Hargeet's channel, all of that. I'll spend the rest of my day coughing my butt off and doing the show notes. So yeah, you'll see that eventually come up the screen at some point. But thanks to everybody who's jumped in on the channel today, who's watching live or watching after the fact. We appreciate you. You can also catch this thing on your morning commute heading to work, because this will be on Spotify and all the other places you find podcasts. But until next week, peace. Ooh, wrong one. See, I haven't been doing this a while. Now we'll say goodbye, because now it's 4 hours. Bye.
Thanks for being on it.